will be leaving the bottom about an hour early, so it could be a hard push to get there, but we'll try for it.
Copy that. So once we hit bottom, you just want to head upslope to the top of this feature?
Yeah, so waypoint 2 isn't hard, and if you actually can get up to the top and wind up getting closer to 3 when you reach the crest, that would be fine.
Okay.
Starting to look like about.
Copy that.
Yeah, thank you. And we've got corals already in sight. They're on these boulders, but it looks like we've got some really big isitids down here, because they're still quite a ways up. So that's a good start, because we aren't even on the crest yet, and we're already seeing things.
Okay. I'll just keep coming down with you. There we go. Yeah, I need to come a little bit left.
Landed on an interesting rock here.
Lots of coral. Nav co-pilot looking like 162 is uphill.
Great. Okay.
I have like 160 or 155 even.
So we've got sort of a mixed sediment, rubble, cobble, boulder type of substrate here. We are about 100 meters or so below the actual crest of the ridge on the west side. So
just a smidge more. Okay, I'm like 29.
This is a good start. Those of you who've seen the other 2 geologist Seamount dives that we were on, we started off pretty barren when we dropped below the crest. On the first dive on McCall Seamount, it remained barren for the entire dive. And yesterday on Swordfish Seamount, started barren, and then we wound up into a beautiful
obviously we're going to be going
community at the top of
this
sort of a pinnacle feature on the ridge crest.
So I think a
So this one is proving to be different than either one of those, because it's clearly not barren right on this this part of the ridge. So very good sign. These do appear to be bamboo corals in the family Isididae, and based on the size and the branching pattern,
we can go roughly maybe
there could be probably narrow it down to 2 or 3 genera
335
here, and we'll take a look and probably be able to get figure out what is the likely genera of them when we get settled down. Or the genus, excuse me, what the likely genus is. There's a stalk sponge further upslope. And also think I saw a chrysogorgid coral a little earlier on at the base of this boulder. So
I think I like that.
24 for Z-bias.
What's that?
24 for a Z-bias. We took some lead off and added the steel, right?
Yeah. Seems kind of high.
I think we could potentially have 2 different things here. 2 different types of bamboo coral. I think the bamboo in the back is different than the ones here in front. But
it's close.
Again, we will find out.
That's enough.
So what direction looks to be uphill? You guys fine-tune that?
Yeah, 160 I think is
60,
good.
okay.
He's looking at me at 165. I've got a slope in my sonar at 160, 155, so somewhere in there is good.
Well, it looks like you're ready for a move already.
Yeah, absolutely.
So should we go ahead and do 50 meters? Start moving up the slope, or do you want to just bring Sirius closer to D2?
I'm happy with that.
50, yeah, 50 at least, because you've got lots of room in front of you. You've got another 10 meters in front of you before you'd have to start rising up, so 50 meters is a nice number.
Okay, 50 meters, and do you want to do 0.2 or bump it up to 0.3? Since we're going to be...
Okay, watch lead, I'm with you now. We're settling up here.
Okay.
Started out at 0.2.
And we're ready to
Copy that.
look around.
Bridge, Nav.
Whatever you want to zoom in on, or
well,
want to see. Or
we've got a bunch of things we'd like to look at.
Okay. Like to start with 50 meters, bearing 160.
Where to start? There's something at the base of this boulder, I think, below the frame right now. That might be a good starting point. that one right there, the
got it,
sort of
thanks.
fuzzy one to the left.
On the left? Okay.
Yeah. So confirm what we think this is.
Okay.
And
Just get settled up here.
we've got an Iridogorgia magnispiralis on the right. This looks like a Metallogorgia melanotrichus. We'll just make sure we've got everything correct here. Correctly ID'd.
Is this the best angle? Off to the side a little? Probably.
Yeah, that's.
Thanks, Bridge.
At some point, when it's safe, we'll be able to deploy the this one
swing
arms.
arms.
Let's do it when the boulder's not right there.
Yeah.
Okay, video, we can come in on this guy.
Partial.
I assume the polyps are of most interest. Watch lead.
Yeah, it's actually the whole thing, and it's a little bit curious. I note that Scott France is in the chat room this morning, and may or may not be on the teleconference line. One thing I'm not seeing on this is the characteristic brittle star that usually is associated with Metallogorgia. So
But
possible that this is a different
This crab scared him off.
Chrysogorgia. Yeah, maybe that's it.
yeah, the crabs, yeah, saying this is mine, go away.
The little crab is Eurotychus again.
Thank you, Mary. Eurotychus is the name of the crab.
Right. Well, it's actually
Let's
a
see,
swamp
probably if we
lobster,
get the
but I don't
base.
care which of the two you
I
call
think we
it.
got the polyps covered.
Okay. Do we get that associate in focus?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, good. Oops, too far on the camera.
So I guess the way we would do this one is Metallogorgia question mark, just because it looks like the actual plume extends a little further down the stalk, and I don't know the very specific ways you tell that species from other Chrysogorgid corals, but that's one way. And then that brittle star, that Ophiuri,
Just get a
is almost
hole.
always there, so he's not here.
Want to frame it?
So
Yep, just frame it as a
So the Iridogorgia, you mentioned that initially, and I was looking down. Where is
it's
that?
over here.
It's
There's
over
the
there?
stem.
Okay. Do you have any more than that on it?
Yeah, well, those are the first two.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And again, we're just got a
Just
bunch
gonna
of
go in
stuff
one
here,
more
so
time.
we're just
Right,
going to
you
go
are
ahead
video.
and get
Yep.
document everything.
these polyps.
Great.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything
Okay.
from this view that is of interest, or get up and move around?
Well, you can slide over slightly to the right, and I'd like to look at some of these bamboo corals that are right on top of the block, and whatever the best position is for that.
Your
All right.
fault.
I'll fly over there. Okay, Dave. I think we're safe with the swing arms.
Right. Oh.
Get them going.
Right.
Put a little
Alex here.
even light on
We
the
seem
subject.
to have a bunch of different things
Coming
going
up a
on
little.
here. So we could start with this little small bush right in front.
Okay.
In front, it's directly in the center right now. It may be
Okay.
different than the bigger ones.
All right. Video. You want to come on in? We'll get this little guy. All right, from here, let's do it. Video zoom, please.
Going in.
Is this the one you're talking about, watch
Yeah,
lead?
that's it. And that is going to be nodal branching.
Stand by. Going into the branch. Right there, that's full.
So, got
don't
We'll
know if
see
that's
it.
a lag or not. Maybe a lag.
Maybe a lag, but Scott's paying. He's watching this morning, so hopefully he'll give us a hand since he's quite the expert on this group of corals.
Am I backing up?
Yeah, you're going over. It's okay.
And Scott says Isadella, and that's what I was thinking as well, basically because I heard Scott ID a lot of stuff on the last cruise.
Coming in closer.
So
Yes, you are.
And holding
That's
here.
good. Hold that.
Okay.
Let me get a wide.
Kind of mixes in with the rest for the wide shot, huh?
Yeah, it does. It's like where they
No,
go.
Rates?
not
Yeah,
not
Sages
that.
and Isidale.
And then that sort of yellowish pinkish one next to it would be the next target, I would say.
Losing our light, coming forward a little video. Moving over to the yellow.
So this
Going
is
with
where
the
we
yellow in
landed
the
on.
branch here. You
Yeah,
mean?
This is
Yeah.
amazing.
it's a good start.
This is a great
Come on
start.
in, video.
Okay, here we
This is on
go.
the flanks, too.
Yeah, it's on the flanks.
Look at that. Something's
So
going
now this is internodal branching. Very clearly internodal branching.
Gonna hold here. The light looks
So
Yeah, light's getting much better. Thank you, Dave.
So yeah, well, there probably is a little bit of a lag for Scott, and then we'll let him weigh in on this one.
I'm coming out.
I
or
always
you can tell me,
default
I'll
to
try
keratoisis,
adjust.
but he may come up with something different after seeing the polyp structure.
Just scanning around.
Let's keep floating up like
There
that.
goes your Misa out of focus.
Is
Looking
that a
at
golden
you,
coral
45
taking over?
degrees. All's well.
That's a good question. Scott is saying it's a zoanthid, so which one?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, this one up here
Yeah,
is
that's the one I think he's referring to.
right.
Up here?
Yeah.
That guy?
Yep. that's the one.
So Scott agrees that this is most likely a keratoisis, so that's good.
All right, thanks, video.
And lasers.
All right, let's see. What else can we
Lasers
get
coming
from
on.
here? Could we pan left and see what this other one is to the left?
Panning left.
And this one with the curvy,
I think
let's
he means
see,
coming
is
up
that
still
the same
left,
or is
still
that
left.
different? Looks about the same.
Here?
Right there.
Yeah, the one in front, it may be the same. Maybe.
Lasers are on its base now?
Yeah, maybe we
Okay.
could take a quick look at that one
Just snap
too.
in on this. Let me get a little closer.
Sure.
Come on in and
And it looks like it might have some zoanthids overgrowing it as well.
I'm going in.
Okay. Take it away.
So internodal branching, so yeah, it's probably the same thing. So it'd be another keratoisis.
It's going full.
And it's even got some hydroids growing over it.
Come around to the
Come on,
base.
there you go, Jeff.
Stock.
There you go. And that's full.
Thank you.
You just float.
The ship's door is now open. The ship's door is now open for the next 15 minutes. Please come in and settle your accounts.
Okay. Thanks, video.
Good. All right. Coming out.
Thanks, Bridge.
Okay.
Should we keep the ship moving, or
Well, I
is
think
happy here?
that probably takes care of the ones on this block that
Okay.
we can
Yeah.
look at. So I guess,
Continue on.
yeah,
Okay.
let's go on up to the ridge.
We'll
We're
do
getting this already. I have
30
high
meter
hopes
move
for the
for
ridge,
now.
that's for sure.
Yeah.
160.
160I.
Bridge nav. Let's go and do another 30
that's
meters, bearing 160. 0.2
Could we
knots.
get the lasers on? Oh, they are.
They
There
are.
they are. Okay.
I think I had
See
them
it?
on.
Yeah,
No,
they were.
actually.
They're there.
Going up.
These are some
Bridges.
big colonies here.
Yeah. I'm going to fly up. It's going to be blue for a second as I go over top of these. 'Cause
Okay.
you don't want to run them over.
No, absolutely not. These are,
So what are you going to call your sponge there?
that's going to be Calophacus. that sponge. So pretty common for these depths.
Even I could call out and name a Caulophacus.
Yep.
I've seen a lot of them.
Yes, we have. Just about every dive almost at these depths.
We've got a bunch coming up in the shadows.
Could we turn to the right a little bit
Turn
and
to the
just
right.
take a look at this one right here?
This guy here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a big Iridogorgia beyond it. Oh, there's plenty of stuff behind that even. Wow.
Lots and lots.
Lots and lots.
Thank you, Bridge.
So,
What is it?
oh, it's probably going to be a Chrysogorgid, and it may be
Okay, video.
Chrysogorgia, possibly.
in.
I'm not quite sure. It's looking a little odd.
Settled.
Yeah, well, you know, as best as it'll be.
That's good
Come on
enough.
in.
We'll make it work.
Yeah, it's Chrysogorgid for sure.
Going full.
If it's geniculata, it's a very tall, thin, somewhat sparsely branched geniculata. I'm not so sure that that's going to come out to be that one, but we'll wait for our expert opinion from shore.
What's the best way to be able to tell what it is? Stalker polyps. Or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I go by colony morphology generally, and this is a little weird for me.
Okay. Well, I'll just hold
It's
here.
a branching pattern is part of it involved. So I think
You got a really good view of the branching pattern.
yeah,
up
so
here.
that's what I would tend to go Chrysogorgia, the genus, but I'm not sure.
Backing video. So what's going on?
Yep.
Come ahead some.
Coming
Okay.
out.
Thanks.
I'm above you,
Nice shot.
All right. Thanks.
but moving slowly.
All right.
Aye.
Well, it's time to keep the
Yeah.
train moving a little.
Yep.
You can slow the ship down or stop if there's a lot here and you want to look at it. But
No, this is working pretty good. Doing these little quick
okay.
shots as we go up. So
All right.
should
Well,
give our
tilt the
science
camera
crew
up so you can see what's coming.
There's a lot coming.
a lot.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
I'm just under Sirius now, so we want to move kind of quick through this.
Yeah.
So if there's something
Yeah.
really important, we can stop. Otherwise, we'll just
Yeah.
fly by and
I think
take
we can.
scans as we go.
I think we can keep on going. I think this is pretty much the
Awesome.
same thing. That's just
Cratoisis.
this is just big. Yeah, Keratoisis. There was a Holothuroidean. Iridogorgia, another one of those. Oh, this is beautiful. I have a feeling this is going to be terrific on top. Boy.
There's a red one near my toes. I don't know if that's
Where I
something
didn't
different.
I didn't see it. I was
Yeah.
actually looking at the chat, I guess, when it passed by.
I was just you can't see. Couldn't see it in the HD. I just saw it in one of my cameras.
Oh,
Other
yeah,
cameras.
there's another one we just missed.
Is that the same thing or something we recognize?
This one is okay, but the one that's in the right corner, that's the Chrysogorgia pinnata, so I'm glad you did that pan down. I hadn't seen that one,
Okay, good.
so that was good. Thank you.
Welcome. Just want to make sure you get to see all of
Yeah.
the stuff as we go.
Yeah, no, it's great to try to get as many of the, there's another Metallogorgia, try to get as many of the types of species we have here as we can. Another pinnata to the right, more Chrysogorgia, Keratoisis, sorry. Another possible Chrysogorgia there, a very leggy geniculata. Look at the size of these colonies.
And I don't see many toppled or any, debris on the bottom.
Even that one's on a pretty small boulder, that one there,
Yeah.
and yeah, he's still holding up.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. So what do we got here? The
Plurigorgia.
Plurigorgia, excuse me, yeah. That's what I meant to say. Plurigorgia pinnata.
Okay, so yeah, all right, so Plurigorgia.
And there's another Caulophacus sponge. You know, I think we might. I might have put Chrysogorgia on the animal list in the dive summaries. I've got to go check those and correct it.
So there should be Pleurogorgia.
Pleurogorgia, yeah. I just completely spaced out on the.
Continuing on. If you see anything you want, just holler and I'll zoom. Otherwise, we're just going to keep slowly panning along here.
Okay.
Got more colonies up in this corner.
you know, one thing. Excuse me, pilot. We need a rock. I almost forgot.
Okay.
There are some good rocks here in case it's all cemented further up.
I think the ship just stopped.
All right, this might be perfect. Dropping co-pilot.
Okay.
I'm going to settle in for one of these rocks. This looks like a good spot to land.
Thanks, Bridge.
I'm probably going to move another 10 meters or so, but I think I'll be all right.
Okay, you let me know if it's not going to be okay.
I'll keep an eye on the sitch here.
Thanks. Okay, just a couple here. If any of these jump out at you, watch lead. I'll settle in and tilt up.
So not that one. We already hurt our backs yesterday with that white one. So no, thank you about that one.
Oh, I think you should.
Let's see if we can find something a little more
reasonable.
more reasonable.
I can pick up and we can continue forward a little.
What was the white
Yeah, there's a
rock?
nice angular one that's over here to the left center, the left of the lasers right now.
Yeah, look at screen just left of the lasers now. Yeah, that one.
That
That
looks
guy?
a little. I
No,
was thinking
no,
of this one
lower
kind of
left.
sticking up a little bit to this
On the
rectangular.
lasers now?
No, the one below it. Although the one on the lasers, that doesn't look too big, does it?
That's about
This
just right.
one there?
Yeah, that's a possible, or that other one.
Okay.
How big do you think that other block one
They are
is?
both 10 or 15 centimeters wide. Pretty reasonable.
All right, how about can you get that block one from where you are?
Yeah, not from this exact
Yeah.
spot, but I'll get you there.
Okay, thank you.
Still okay, Dave?
Yeah, everything's settling out nice here.
Okay. That one looks like it might be more cemented than.
10 centimeters.
Yeah, how about the angular one that's poking up right below the frame?
Yep.
It might be a
Yeah, just trying to get my toes.
better
so-
choice.
There we go. That's what I want. Bump. Let's have a look. This guy
Yeah,
here.
that guy might work.
Okay.
Again, it's what's hidden beneath the sand.
Yeah. Okay.
We got any geologists on the line? Is Mike or John Smith or Jonathan Tree or any of you folks on the line or at ECC? Amy Baco-Taylor just joined us. Welcome, Amy. Yeah, we landed in a really nice place to start off with. Got really big keratoisis right from the get-go,
It's coming live.
as well as some Iridogorgia, Pleurogorgia, Chrysogorgia.
Not sure that it is loose. Let's do one more nudge here.
It's moving a little bit.
No,
Is
that's
it?
pretty hard.
If he's not cemented, he's definitely stuck.
Maybe a lot bigger.
Well,
than it looks.
how about the bigger one that we were looking at, or even that smaller one to the right?
That down there.
No, that one there. See, he's not even budging that one. How about the little one? That one's loose. Kind of small, though. Yeah, it's...
That's loose.
That one's
It's
loose.
moving, yeah. It might be big enough, sort of. I think it's all right, isn't it?
Well, it's up to you. That's probably, it's pretty close. So if you see the lasers here,
Yeah.
you know, that's probably 10 centimeters.
Yeah.
That's not a bad size rock. Let's go ahead and grab
Want
it
that
and
one?
take a look. Yeah.
Okay, do you want to take a look before I open the box and get ready to put it away, or do you think you're probably going to sample it?
I think we're gonna.
Just want to shake it off and make sure.
Yeah,
there's
maybe let's take a look first.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
Just,
think
Oh, it's got some nice angles on it. Yeah.
I've got your tilt.
Let's bring this up high and take a look at it.
Yep. You can do the shimmy shake, and then we'll take a look.
I'll shimmy shake it down here and hopefully keep the rest of our screen.
Dave, I'm going to zoom in a little bit on Sirius, if you're all right with that.
I'd
thing
rather
is
wait, Joe, because
All
I'm
right, well.
close to the rocks.
Yeah, I wonder if we could get the lasers on it just to check the size.
Yeah, of course.
About
10 centimeters, so that's about like this. Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead with it. I think that'll work.
I think, Jeff, if you raise it just up, we'll be out of the...
Sorry, I was just trying to get it in the lasers.
We'll be out of the... yeah, I know you are. Just think, hold on. Come up a little more.
Up a little more?
Out a little bit. Right about there. Let's
Happy
see what we
there?
got. Yeah, that'll work.
The ship store will be open for the next 10 minutes. In addition, we'll be selling the new T-shirts today. We have an engineering shirt and an ROV D2 shirt. Come by and take
You
a
want
look.
to do a turn?
Stand by one. I think the rock is falling apart.
So this one may actually have a little more manganese crust on it than the ones we collected the last 2 days.
Let's spin.
Looks like it does.
And hold that. And we'll work. That's good. Coming in. Whoa.
Oh, sorry, that was me. Wrong.
Okay.
stick.
Let's try that again. Okay, coming in.
Is this a good rock?
Yeah,
Watch it?
yeah, I think it's still a good rock.
All
Do you
right.
have a
Always like to get one in the basket right off the get-go.
Do you have a location?
For the box, I mean.
Okay, that's all we
We
can
have a
see.
box you'd like it in?
Let's,
Like it?
let's put it in the port forward rock box,
Forward
please.
rock box.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Well, then,
You're full wide, Jeff.
I know it makes you nervous, but we're going to put this over here for a second. And
Yeah, that's a
go,
nice one. It's a good rock.
and then open
So,
up the box.
what are we calling it?
Hey, would you mind?
It's going to be
swing in
basalt,
rock box.
M-encrusted basalt.
Okay.
Here we come.
Thank you.
Great, thank
Sticky
you.
it is. Nicely done. So I have come south of you.
Okay.
And I'm quite a bit further up into the jumbles here.
All right. You want me to drive towards you there?
Just head right in my screen
Yep,
and I'll
collect.
lead you around.
Good.
Give you your tilt back.
So lots of isidids, and of course this is contrasting very much to the dive we did yesterday, where there are very, very few isidids or bamboo corals. No keratoisis whatsoever. The only bamboos we saw were a few unbranched, very small ones. We were
really
up
clear
quite a bit
water here.
shallower. We were at about 1,000
Sorry,
meters.
video. Say again.
It's really clear water here.
Today we are, diving just over
So your
2,000
shot is
meters.
No backscatter at all.
So
The dive before yesterday's, we were actually down around this depth, and we didn't see much of anything.
no, we were 2,700. That was
2,700?
so we were quite a bit deeper.
Yeah, okay.
So, but also the substrate's different too. So it's complicated. So it looks like we got, I don't know if you call these pillow flows. I guess they're pillow flows of some kind.
There is one coral here knocked over now.
There's your top.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's an interest.
something more Iridogorgia, lots of keratoisis. Still, yeah, look at this as we're coming up.
Back under you, Dave. So I'll just start heading uphill.
I'm looking east at you right now.
Oh, okay.
And I'm continuing.
Some really tall
Southeast.
chrysogorgids, I guess. I wonder if a couple of these are something
up
that
a
we
bit.
sampled in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands on one of our earlier dives. Looks somewhat similar.
So in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands, did you
Looking
see the same
southeast.
sort of densities of these at this depth?
At least at one site we did. This is off of unnamed Seamount that was east of Pearl and Hermes, and we got into an amazing, huge keratoisis bed there.
Roughly the
There's-
same size?
yeah.
This is typical of their size?
Yeah, well, they were big old colonies like this. They're really pretty Pleurogorgia down there, that Pleurogorgia pinnata, and we collected that, and it's back in the lab ready to go to the Smithsonian. A nice red crab went by.
Looking 160.
Excuse me, red shrimp, not crab. Sorry.
Your picture's frozen.
Sorry, Mary. It was so fast, couldn't really even pull out your guide and try to figure out what he was. He just scooted right across the screen really quickly. There's Bathopathes, it looks like.
You want to zoom on that? Or you just got it?
Sure, we could take a snap zoom if we could.
All right, coming in for the back of
So now if we're all straightened out here and we could take another 30 or some odd meter jump here
Okay.
on 160, get
Sure.
us
When
up
you're
the
ready,
hill
Joe.
a little.
Bridge, Nav.
video, come on in.
Last time
We're ready for another move.
You said
Like
it was
30
pretty close to
meters during
Conforta.
160.
Well, it's alternating
Push out
again.
to the
Go
one
at
but-
behind
0.2
there.
knots.
Track focus to the pathy behind. Video?
Yep.
You track focus back.
That bridge
yeah,
things.
there you go.
Yeah.
That's what
So
we're
you
going
see
for.
how
It's called
alternating
rack
it is,
focus.
but I think Daniel
Oh, what did I say,
Wagner
track?
was saying
No,
that
it's
there's
rack,
a couple
R-A-C.
different
Yeah. I said the wrong
bathypathies
thing.
down
I'm
here
sorry.
that are
Rack to
not
the
well
front.
understood. So I guess what we could just say is Bathypathy CF Conferta just for the moment because it has the alternating
Go to the
branching
back.
on it.
Okay, got it.
No, hang on, not Conferta. This is Alternata. I'm sorry. Alternata is the alternating because of its
So
name.
then I think we used Conferta on the previous one. Should I make that Alternata as well?
Yeah,
Okay.
Left.
spacing out here. Just the end of the
Copy
cruise.
bridge.
Left a little.
Yeah.
Fine.
So you
Okay,
get
but
some
the
more
last time we
this
missed, the last one we
it's a
said it was
spiral.
beginning of the cruise. So I guess it's end of two
That's
cruises
true,
for you,
maybe,
right?
yeah,
End
that's
of two
right.
cruises for you.
Yeah, with a
And we got a
single day off since July, I
Correct.
guess
Yeah,
it's starting to
somebody
take an
happy
effect
on
here.
shore.
But yeah, that's potentially Bathypathy's Alternata. And I think Mary
covered.
would
There we go.
probably call this
A little more.
maybe a Europtychus again, just based on the size
Look
and
right
the
down
color.
the
It's
spiral.
still frozen.
They're zooming in on a beautiful sort of pink and red crab on one of the Iridogorgia corals.
So what did she say this was?
Our video's frozen.
Oh,
There-
it
there's
is. She
yeah,
can't
there's
see
some
it.
yeah, there's
Okay.
some issues again this morning, unfortunately.
So is this a squat lobster or something?
Yeah,
Looks like
well,
it is.
Could just put Europtychus question mark.
Okay.
Okay.
Pulling out.
Thanks for the
Thank you. Let's get all the lasers. Good enough. And full.
Yeah, so Conferta is going to have opposite branching, and Alternata is going to have alternating branching.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a nice thicket of bamboos. Another Caliphacus stock sponge.
It's just so dense.
Yeah, it's amazingly dense.
I can't
So-
believe they all can stay alive. Like, how does the flow get through all of these into the ones behind it?
Well, yeah, you'd think they'd be blocking each other.
And look
But
at how
apparently, I guess enough water gets through that they're able to make it.
I don't see much suspended in the water though. What are
No,
they
this
eating?
water is
That's a
crystal
crinoid
clear.
at the top of the
That's
dead
it.
stem over
Yeah,
there?
it's a
Yeah.
big red crinoid, huh?
Is it a
Is it?
crinoid?
It's a
No, I
crinoid.
think it's a sea star. I think
Yeah?
it's a Brazingid sea star. If we could come around and also this coral, that leggy one right in front of you, dead center. Could
Yeah.
we zoom on this, please? This is really unusual.
Yeah, of course.
Going
So
in.
this is-
Hold on.
When you're ready.
Yeah, just stand by 1 second.
or not. It may not be as unusual as I think it is.
Setting auto depth so I don't fall down on the coral's heads. All right, come on in.
Is that a bamboo? It's a bamboo, I guess. Yeah.
Yes, it's
So
a
this
bamboo.
might be another Isadella, just a little bit more bigger colony. Looking, yeah, the branching does look like it's nodal. So yeah, this is a.
Coming in a little closer.
It's planar, very long distances between branch points, and it's branching very slender
I'll get a little
branches,
more
and
myself.
the branching is from the nodes.
So give it a little more light.
looks good there, right? Wings off here.
It's a good float.
Yeah,
too.
maybe a whole colony shot before we move
There we go.
off
Try
of
to
this
focus
too.
on this.
It'll be
All right. Let's give him a wide for a colony shot. Hold
Right, it
this.
has a
hold
distinctive
position,
shape to it there. So I don't know, there's
position.
hope we may learn how to ID that one.
Okay.
Okay, I'm
Just
going to
from
tilt
the
up
colony.
from here and over
I
and
think he wants the.
try for the star.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just
So
gonna
I
side
think
over
this
left
is
a little more.
Brazingid.
Really in the amongst the thicket here, as you called it. We'll try our best. Video, come on in.
Coming in.
Definitely
Yeah, should
not.
prompt.
Yeah, the way it's wrapped around that.
Good copy,
Looks like
Bridge.
that stomach hard against the.
Ship is stopped.
Yeah, so he's
Thanks,
found
man.
a nice perch to actually do his filtering from. So it'd be probably just the family
Okay.
right now, and then we're going to hear
Chris.
Chris Maw come in and
Call in.
give us a more solid ID on this.
Video, just walking in here.
That's right. You're holding position.
You're sort of getting a nice view of both the underside of the arms as well as the upper parts of the arms just from this particular angle.
So there's the tube feet. They're sticking out in either direction there.
Yeah.
Is that what's happening? Because
Yeah.
And so you're saying they're filtering at this point. Well, Chris is here, so he can answer
Chris?
this question.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, what's up?
We're looking
Got
at.
yourself a Brisingit, huh?
We do. You want to help us out with this one to get it to
Going back in
genus?
again, 'cause
Is this
now it's on,
Hymeno
it's on.
discus or is this Brisinga? Or Brisinginese or.
I'm good. I'd probably go with Brisinga, but it's even money for either one. You know what's kind of interesting too is that it has this. There are some particularly acute swellings on the arms. I wonder if that one might even have a parasite on it. Some of these have parasitic barnacles or
Time
spearheads.
out.
I don't know if they're proper barnacles
Uh-huh.
that live inside the arms.
Beautiful.
But the arm bases
All right, watch, they don't
are
get a
sometimes just
head
really
up slope
swollen
a little more here.
because of that's where the gonads
That's a
and
good
the
shot of
other
that,
things
though.
are kept.
Right.
But yeah, it's really hard to tell from images. You have to actually look at the sort of armpit of each one to tell them apart. So, but handsome
Yeah.
animal.
Yeah.
And a gorgeous field site today.
Yeah, it is. We kind of looked out here, landed right on the forest, if you will. So yeah,
Large.
yeah.
try
Well,
to jump
thanks.
over that
And
thanks.
I look forward
Little come
to seeing some hippisteria.
Good. Yeah, I know your vicious beast will be around here lurking somewhere. Well, there's a fish going by, guys. All right, Chris.
I'll let you go. I'll talk to you later. Thanks.
Thanks
Bye.
very much. Bye bye.
Sorry, I missed the fish. I'm gonna miss that sea star too. We're on a
yeah.
bit of a hurry to get got up.
Oh no, he was saying
Stop.
maybe we'll see some of the sea star.
you stopped?
He didn't see one.
Okay,
So.
good.
Ship stopped.
Thanks
So
a
that
lot.
was the voice of Dr. Chris Maw at the Smithsonian. He's our echinoderm expert, particularly with sea stars. So he's
Serios here, Joe.
keeping this on his desktop
I'll wait
and
for
really
it.
helping out whenever we come
Come in a
across
bit.
one of these animals that he's one of the world's authorities on.
Idea density here.
At some point you don't
Note
have
all
to
of
for.
the. Could you? Let's see. Forgot to get completely set up here.
Well, the fish that went by, Bruce is saying it's the first grenadier, and we've seen at the at the geologist Seamounts.
Well, what I was noting, of course, is that all of these colonies are oriented in the same plane.
Yeah,
And as he comes around, I think this is going to wind up being west to east. As he's spinning
facing
around.
right at them.
Yeah, he's facing
due
right
west at them, basically.
Yeah, so essentially they are oriented across the ridge again, which is sort of what we expect. This ridge is a little bit tilted to the northeast to southwest, but it looks like they've got a pretty good cross ridge orientation. I don't know what that little guy was.
Look at the overhead. Gives you a real sense of what you're looking at.
Oh yeah, look at that.
You got to look at that periodically when you have this many of corals, because you get to see them all aligned and you see them all clinging to the edge.
Yeah.
Just come out just a little bit on cereals, Joe. That's good. Thank you.
So let's see, we must be, I wonder how close we are to the summit. Looks like we're actually on the summit, perhaps.
We are within striking distance. Summit.
Doesn't look like much to the left, but we still got more to the right shadows and straight ahead. It's straight ahead from where you're facing.
We're going to do an about face towards my left if we're covered on all this.
Yep, we're actually right there on Fleeter Mouse and on High Pack.
All right.
We're smack dab on the ridge crest.
Just a couple little things.
Very close to waypoint 2.
Is that the shallowest we'll be on this dive based on our track line? Looking at it might be.
Looks like we are at 2,097 meters right now. And our, let's see, our oxygen is at about 3.0. Our salinity 34.6, and our temperature is a frigid 1.99 degrees centigrade. Okay, after that. So we are changing out the ROV team.
Watchley, did you want this sea star eating the coral or
yeah,
not?
sure. Let's go ahead and zoom in on that guy. We knew his vicious beasts were lurking somewhere, and there's our first one.
Heard you talking about it. I thought maybe you wanted a view.
So sea stars are one of the
gonna try for a toehold here.
more common predators of corals down at these depths, particularly these bamboo
had
corals.
very many, and this looks like an opportunity for one.
Fair number of these Pleurogorgia pinnatas down here that are spaced out. It's kind of interesting.
Almost there. Okay, come on in.
What has it got on it? Got something on it.
Thanks.
So is this the Hipposteria?
I don't know. Let's hold off on this one. I think it could be a different species.
And you're saying the things that are on it are...
I don't know. I don't know what's on it. I'm hoping that Chris will call in again and help us out with this. I've never seen these green things on it.
Well, maybe it's the resident plague that keeps these beasts at bay, and that's why we have very few corals being knocked down by them.
Well, it's hard to say what's going on there. Is that something else, or is that some coating over the...
Seems to match his tentacles and
Yep.
his body and stuff.
I know, that's what I was... Yeah, I know. That's what's so curious about it.
You should take my camera.
Unless the animal, that's the way he's sort of hiding
Come
there.
up to the better look
Hey,
one,
it's
maybe.
me again.
Hey,
Sure.
Chris, what are we looking at? What are we looking
Yeah,
at?
so this is Hipposteria muscipula, and I'm looking at the video, and I'm pretty sure that those things that are crawling around on the top are polynoid polychaetes.
Polynoid
If you look,
polychaetes.
or at least some kind of polychaete, because you look, I'm seeing the furae, the plates along the top,
Uh-huh.
and in shallow water, scale worms are frequently commensals on sea stars. I've never seen them at this depth before, though, so that's really weird, and I've never seen them on top. So this is a novel observation.
Thank you.
It's really kind of bizarre, actually.
Thanks.
But
Okay, when you're ready,
I mean,
am
I'd
video.
have to contact someone who is more familiar with polychaetes to know which one.
Pick up, settle off, and hand
But
out.
the picture will definitely help.
Your camera back?
But it's interesting. There's usually a big bare patch around where the sea star is.
Yeah, there
usually
isn't. I know, I was noticing.
located.
Yeah, I was noticing that there isn't. So he may be just getting started,
Yeah.
Chris. He's kind of low on the
That's
stem.
true.
Yeah.
Which way are you
Yeah.
facing? Due south?
Interesting.
South, yeah.
Yeah,
Very
so-
interesting observation.
Yeah, I
You're
think
west.
he's
I'll be
just
up facing
sharpening
west.
his
I'll be
fork.
watching.
I think he's just sharpening his fork and
Yeah.
knife now, and he's, the salad bowl's
Yeah.
already on the
I'll
table.
try to circulate the picture.
This is probably safe here.
Yeah, I'll see. There's a couple of polychaete people I know. I'll see if they might recognize it.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
Thanks again, Chris.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Attention on the other hand. Chief post, call extension 243. Call extension 243.
So we may have a very large sponge there in the back that might be worth trying to get over to.
You come wide on.
Roger that, yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you. You're good.
I think I've got the species name misspelled, but we'll correct it when we're back in the room later on.
Okay. As long as you
Yeah, I know.
recognize the misspelling, then we're all set.
That's right. I'll know exactly where it
Yeah.
is and try to get it correctly.
So Nav, I think the word that was passed on to me is keep along this ridge. Is that okay?
As soon as Bobby gets stable here,
So we
we'll
are down at
try to have that conversation. Just take your time, though, Bobby.
2,097
Nobody's waiting on you.
meters
It's all
off
right.
of Ellis Seamount, about 100 miles south of Honolulu, Hawaii. We're in the geologist Seamount.
It's a poor craftsman that blames the tools.
And we're on a ridge extending north of the Seamount. And we have discovered a very dense bed of very large corals. You can see one sponge there in the distance as well. These corals are mostly bamboo corals in the family Isididae.
Where are we going, co-pilot?
Well, actually, had a request for the sponge. I think you can see it.
And
See it in
this
serious
is the
view as
first
well.
time that anyone has dove on the Seamount. The first time anyone has seen the Seamount, and you're
Sponge,
seeing it
you got
live
it.
with us. So, welcome if you're joining us from the Maui Ocean Center, or from the Aquarium of the Pacific, or from your home, or somewhere else.
The ship has stopped. We're stable here. You can head over there before our next
Sponge
move.
that's lower center,
Yeah, that.
off in the distance.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
correct. Thank you.
Got it.
Caulophacus next to it, and I think this sponge is most likely going to come out to be Tritopleura.
That's the sponge.
Yeah,
right
the
there.
big one.
Yeah.
We'll see when we get a little closer.
Usually we've been seeing those sponges kind of standing alone, but it's some good company here, crowded with all the other stuff.
Yeah, he seems to be able to compete successfully, and he's got a nice little spot there, maybe in a little open spot there to get some water with food in it. So this is going to be a, pretty sure it's a Tritopleura. It's in the family Uncinnateridae.
Yeah, let me get a little closer for you.
It's a very brittle sponge.
All right, go ahead.
And we do not have species names for these particular sponges. We only have genus names for them. We have collected some specimens and are trying to do the descriptions now, hopefully in the next year or two. Interestingly, that there's two types of sponges down here. This is a glass sponge.
Okay, let me push it some.
The class Hexactinellida, and there's two types of glass sponges. Typically, one of them which you refer to as hard sponges, and one that you refer to as soft sponges. And soft sponges have loose microscopic parts to them, I guess you could call them, and these are spicules, and they're loose in the tissue itself, and it gives it a very sort of spongy, soft texture. This guy and others like it have a very hard, brittle skeleton. It's because the spicules all fuse together and form a very, very rigid framework. You also have sponges that are stalked, like this one, and then you have sponges that do not have stalks. So,
yeah, sorry.
But they're all really fabulous looking creatures down here, very bizarre looking animals.
So does this bend in the current? Because you say it's rigid. So there's, I mean, some of the sponges we saw previously with the current, you could actually see they would kind of lay down. That's the hexanality. What is it? It's a glass sponge that lays down?
Well, there's Caulophacus can lay down, the one that was next to it, the little one. This guy doesn't bend very well. He breaks.
Really?
Yeah. He looks like he should bend because he's got curved. You know, that's why we used to call them leaf sponges. He has curved edges to them, but they don't bend. So a really beautiful sponge. A little shrimp in them, and like the corals, sponges serve as habitat for a lot of other animals. They provide protection. They let the animals get off of the bottom and perhaps into a little better feeding grounds for them. They may provide...
Watchley, are you happy with this?
Belong to a genus called Lebeus, L-E-B-E-E-U-S.
L-E-V-E-U-S. E-U-S.
Two double B's, like BB gun.
Oh. L-double
Let's come wide video.
Thanks, Mary. That's the voice of Mary Wickstein from Texas A&M, who is providing us with some arthropod identifications, crabs, shrimps, amphipods, all types of stuff. She's one of the world's authorities on this whole group of animals.
It's interesting that we've only seen
Watchley, are you happy with that view?
With sponges, whereas the Bathypalamanella is on the Gorgonians.
Would that be sort of related to what they might be eating, and maybe they're eating something different on the sponges, or is it just...
That's a good question.
What they like to
220 is our direction of travel. I don't know if they want to poke around here more or they're ready to leave. Watch leads, this is Nav.
We'll pick up tiny particles of mucus from corals and sponges and such, but we know very little about these deep sea ones.
If it's 220, I'm already lined up for you.
Thanks, Mary.
Watch lead Nav.
Roger, Nav, go ahead.
Yeah, we're looking for some direction. We understand that we're going to move along this ridge, so that'd put us at 220. Do you want us to start moving the ship, or are we going to look around here more?
We could start moving the ship. We're seeing pretty much the same thing we were seeing down below, except for that sponge. So, yeah, so we can go ahead and start heading south. Thank you.
Good copy. Pilot's house, 50 meters at 0.2 sound.
Good with me.
Little Ritter Gorge in there, and
220.
beautiful big colonies.
Bridge ROV nav.
Bamboos.
Yeah, bridge requesting a ship move, 50 meters.
And you will notice
220
that
degrees,
there seems to be a lot more very firm
0.2 knots.
substrate here today on this location, and that coupled with perhaps a more suitable depth
Good copy, thank you.
for this particular type of coral may be why we're seeing a high abundance of them.
Watch lead. Any interest in the Sea
We're
Star?
waiting for the ship move. We could perhaps get that Sea Star down there on the
Yeah, we'll grab it
base
real
of the
quick.
coral. And this time I'm going to notice whether he's soft or not. 'Cause I struck out the other day because I wasn't paying attention to the fact that he was soft and sort of flabby looking rather than hard.
Thank you, Bridge.
Go for it, video. That's a good shot.
Hey Chris, it's Scott France.
Go
I'm
for it.
at the ECC right now, and I don't have access to the chat room yet, so I'm just going to give you some feedback. But I think I see both Acanella and Isabella in this patch.
Okay, yeah, I hadn't seen the Acanella. Yeah, maybe if you see one, you could point one out.
Yeah, just trying to bring a
I
heading
was looking
around.
at the lower left of the screen that you're looking at now in the foreground. We'll go back after we check out this Sea Star.
Okay, thank you. I'm not gonna take a shot at this one. I'm just gonna wait for Chris Ma to come in.
Yeah, that's all I don't have any more left.
This one's because I think
But,
if I
yeah,
were to
that's it.
guess what it is, well, I'll go out on a limb. I would default because the picture's not good enough to see whether the one example I have has got spines on it, but Evoplasoma would be my guess on it just based on the body morphology. But
Hey, Chris.
hi, Chris. Did I strike out again?
No, you're right on the money. In fact, this is fast. This is amazing. This, I think, it's definitely Evoplasoma, but these spines on the arms are unusual
Keep coming
for what
up.
I've seen.
Is that what you said?
In the species that I'm familiar with, but
Yeah,
the original specimen
tucked right in on the
for
coral, so
the Hawaiian
try not
Evoplasoma
to
was
crush
lost
everything.
about 30
That's
years
all I
ago.
got. My toes up.
So it's hard to say. I have to double check, but it's a stunning image. But yeah, it's definitely Evoplasoma, and it's.
Let me know when you have
But
it.
it looks
video.
a little different from the one
It's time
that
for me to come
that
on.
I think is supposed to live here.
All right, coming up.
All these spines are just something I've never seen before.
Thanks.
Well, that's
so
yeah, that's what was
that's a
throwing.
great capture.
Yeah, that's what was throwing me on it too. Was the spines. So
Well, it could be. It's.
Check me
I'd
back
easily put
out.
money on it being a new species, but Evoplasoma is widely occurring, from what I can tell. We see them in the Atlantic, and there's another species that's over or down in the central Pacific Indonesian region, and I believe Japan has a species there as well. So it wouldn't surprise me. But I'll take a look at the pictures. It could easily be a different one, and we'll see. But that's just a beautiful animal. I mean, and the imagery. I think I've told you before, the cameras on the Okeanos, or rather the D2, are so good that I've been able to count the number of spines on the plates adjacent to the tube foot grooves, which is one of the diagnostic features. So not in all of them, but in some of them, and
Are we full
every
line
time we get to look at
on the Zeus?
a close-up on these animals, there's something conceivably useful. So that's a great shot. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Well, thank you, Chris. I appreciate it very much. And those of you just tuning in, that's the voice of Dr. Chris Ma at the Smithsonian, and he's one of the world's authorities on sea stars and other echinoderms. He's got an echino blog, so if you are very interested in these animals, you should check this out, because he's always got very, very interesting things on his blog. So we really appreciate him providing some guidance here on our dives. So pilot Scott France had mentioned there was an Acanella that was down here somewhere, and
stand
in
by
the ECC.
Stand by 1 second now.
Below us, or perhaps those ones off to the right, but maybe we could take a look.
I think it's below us.
Bushy one right below us right now in the center of the screen. Coming up into the center. The lasers are on it right now. And I wonder... Oh, okay. And I wonder... Oh, okay.
Okay, let's go for it. Can you hear me all right, co-pilot?
I can hear you just fine.
Roger that.
Probably not going to have tons of time.
We'll just do a drive-by. I think it's this lower one here.
It's right to the left and up from the lasers right now.
Left and up.
And you're about on the base, right there.
Oh, this big one, right?
Yeah,
Front?
this
Okay.
one here. I think that might be what he's talking about, because it looks like it's nodal branching.
I thought it was the one in the bottom right corner that looks a little different. All right, video, let's go in here. We'll just do it from here.
Yeah, so that looks like nodal branching. And I suspect this might have been the one that he was talking about. Hopefully he'll call in and confirm. It was a good spot, Scott, because I didn't notice that this was a nodal brancher. That definitely doesn't look the same as the Isodella that we were looking at earlier.
Sorry, coming back.
Yeah, get what you can, pilot. I'm going to yell at you here in a minute or two.
You could look a little bit further up on the branches too.
You got it?
Yeah.
Coming up on the branches. Slowing down the float.
As you get further up, almost looks epinodal, but no, that looks nodal. Okay. Some zoanthids growing on it. So that's probably the one he was looking at. So I guess we can put on a tentative Acanella for, we documented that genus at this site.
And time for me to move on.
Okay, thanks, pilot.
Lateraling out.
Okay.
I didn't turn it off, so you should be good following the screen there.
Roger. And holding position here, turning right. Yeah, it's a line of corals.
Got some more sediment on the top of this ridge crest too, like you're seeing at some of the other sites. I wonder if that's just eventually coral that breaks down over many, many years, or
Thank you,
what
Bridge.
actually creates. I mean, this type of coral, not.
Yeah, with this stand here, you could see that. It's
That's
just
true. Carbonate sand.
And yesterday, we
Yeah.
could have seen that with the corallium, but
Well, that's true. Although there weren't that many, but here you could definitely see it.
but then at first sight, that was a little different. So
Okay, so nothing down in the pit. Okay. Can I push into these rocks?
Got a bolosoma sponge down below. It's the first one we've seen of that genus. And that's this guy right there. He's all got the two. Is that a fish? Oh, yeah,
Yes,
it
let's
is.
snap
Yeah,
zoom.
sure.
Yep.
Coming down.
just wait for Bruce Mundy to weigh in on it.
Yeah, so this one's got the dorsal way up high, so it's not Breva dorsalis. And the
trying to get a better look. Video's freezing up a little bit here.
the anal fin's about halfway down the body.
Let's come partial. Capture the entire.
The dorsal fin
There
is
you go.
just behind the pectorals. Looks like.
So down for you. Yeah, let's frame it.
Yeah, it's got the synaphobranchid tail, and it looks like it might be one of these ileophine synaphobranchids, although the mouth looks pretty
Yep.
big. It
Go
looks
for the
like
head.
the mouth goes back just past the back of the eye.
Yeah, it does, Bruce. The
Under, so my guess is an ileo.
Coming down.
what's your
and
guess
pushing
again,
in.
Bruce? You broke up there just as you were giving your guess.
So it's in the cutthroat eel family Synaphobranchidae, but I think it might be an ileophine from the subfamily Ileophini, not one of the Synaphobranchus that we were seeing on a lot of the dives.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Bruce.
There are quite a number
Okay.
of species.
We're happy.
Of
Let's go
these,
more.
and I'm not up to speed on how to tell them all apart and which ones might occur at these
Look it
depths.
straight down.
So,
Yep, time for me to
this was
continue
gonna
on.
take some work back in the lab in the video analysis room to figure out. But great video.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. And that's
Swing's
the voice
almost
of
over,
Bruce Mundy,
so
who's at the.
you're not going to move too much more.
The Anoye Regional Center,
that.
Noah's center.
So I think you ought to be
here in
free to
the
poke
Hawaiian
around,
Islands on
Bobby. You
Ford
don't have to
Island. And
jump
Bruce
out front.
Mundy is also a renowned expert on fishes, not just shallow or deep fishes, but all fishes here in Hawaii and elsewhere in the Pacific. So he's participating, thankfully, and is able to give us some excellent identifications on some of the weird fish that we're seeing on our dives. Beautiful terrain here. It's just there's a Sacocalix, that's a sponge sticking up here, and there's a Pharia near Oca erecta, so there's two different sponges.
Comes another one.
Okay, turning out right.
And that's a Pharenematid too, so three different sponges.
I'm going to come down just a little, Chris, to look at this, but certainly not down over the edge.
Okay.
Copy
So
that.
it looks like we're moving down slope a little bit now.
He's just going to take a peek down
Okay.
here and take a look, and then he'll just see what's a little bit just below the crest. So I'm going to go with the Poliopogon on that one sponge. Can't tell which one. Let's see if we can bring these up. So just call it that genus.
Okay.
Oh, and there's a weird sponge. If you can get a snap zoom on that sponge,
come down for your
that'd
little
be kind of difficult.
Yeah, go ahead. Just keep going, video.
Yeah, no, it's an odd
I've
type
got
of
more.
Freed, but it's a.
Yeah, let's go all the way.
Yeah, I think there's a chance it's a Freed, but it's a different one. I'm going to put it down as a possible different Freed.
Very far away.
Yep.
We can get closer, watch lead, if you'd like.
No, I think that'll be fine.
Okay.
Try to get one just.
And you've got
1
some
second
stolen
in focus here. That'll work better.
Nidarians on the wall. Stolen
Coming wide.
Okay, I'm going to stay up on top of this, Chris.
Okay.
Sorry, co-pilot. Since we have 2 Chris's on the
Yeah.
cones.
So we're just calling it
Light
this or
out there
calling
in the
the whole
distance.
thing?
We'll just call it by the genus name
Okay.
for the moment. I think it probably is the whole thing, but
I think you can reach that.
so lots of little ledges and boulders and blocks here on top.
Yep.
How are we doing in the chat? Do we have anything
Do
going
a
on here?
20-meter move in that direction.
Not
Looks
at the
like
moment.
Bruce came up with a.
Pilot, you okay with me losing the skids?
Bridge, RV now?
Stand by. I'm
Okay.
coming down. I'm going to tilt my camera up.
Yeah, requesting another ship move, 20 meters, 220 degrees, 0.2 knots.
This is just for the maneuver.
No, that's a wild scene right there. That's
Thank you,
beautiful.
Bridge.
With that.
There you go, video.
Yep. Thanks.
Up on top of these boulders, we have to clear our path. Are you going for something?
No, I accidentally hit the
No problem. Watch lead, anything in this area, or are we happy with just the overviews? Pretty neat looking on there.
Yeah, I know. I kind of just
Yeah.
like the
Hip
view
cam.
here. I'm just studying this. It's beautiful. So you're going to go right through that channel, right?
Pass right through there.
All right, co-pilot, bring the swing arms in.
Everybody inhale.
It's got to be pretty narrow. If you look at the overhead there, it's got to be a pretty tight opening.
I'm not absolutely sure the sponge is the same one we just looked at. I don't know if you'd like to do a quick zoom on that.
We certainly can. Stand by video. I like that view in that port.
Yeah, that's cool.
That wide dome.
Could be the same thing.
All right, go ahead,
It's a
video.
little different to me. No, it is different. And yet another sponge that I don't know. I don't it's going to be hexactinellid. Is unknown.
Drifting up.
That's good.
Yeah, boy, this is one that I'm not sure I can even get to family here. It's pretty sure it's a soft sponge, but not positive.
It's nice and smooth.
Beautiful isodella in the background there. That was pretty cool.
I thought it was a ship thruster.
It looks awfully dark on this screen, but it looks pretty well lit in my manip cams. What do you see over there? Were we okay on the light?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I had it stopped down so I can.
Sure.
If I expose it for the
So,
general picture,
somebody
you
working
can
out?
detail the really fine detail in the
Yeah,
sponge.
I was looking at that one colony to the upper left, but I don't know if it's going to be a little difficult to get there at this point. You see that sort of curly
Yeah,
branch
it helps
there,
me with
big
depth
one?
of field.
Big fan on the top
yeah,
left.
on the top. It's
Yeah, we
looking
can get that.
It's looking a little different than the other ones.
I got some time.
basing it just on the morphology of the branches there.
Yeah, and I'm hoping also again if this one, well, it could be that one, but it's definitely different than that one.
Yeah.
And some of these others.
Lasers, the lasers are on. Yeah,
the colony next to it.
That's a big fan.
The yellows rampant on it.
Well, something's growing on something over there, I think.
All right, let's.
And there's an unbranched
at the base, and then we'll work our way.
So,
yeah, I'm happy here.
I'm sure we recorded those today so far. Okay, so we are.
Hey, Chris, I think this is just a really big version of the keratoisis that we saw earlier.
Come on, please, again.
Coming out. I see it has kind of mounding polyps, which is characteristic of this new genus Ectomyces that Les and I described.
You're not out of depth or out of
there.
Is it not allowed to
below it
just
earlier when
start
we were
drifting?
looking at that sponge, there was a nice...
Well,
I don't know if the set point drift.
And one of the interesting differences that anybody can see from this distance is how straight the branches are on the Isodella compared to the curvature on the individual branches on the keratoisis. This is a really spectacular spot, and clearly there's plenty of food
now we're ready to go again.
Very high density, and the veins don't seem to be interacting enough with each other that they're blocking other recruitment and growth behind them.
Yeah, and that was a comment that was also made by someone else a little bit earlier, or maybe you made it earlier too, come to think of it, that about the fact that they're so crammed in, yet they seem to be able to do extremely well.
Thank you, Rich.
And yeah, that trichotoma, I did see that. I made a brief mention of it as we were panning up.
All right, Bobby, let's just ride.
Yeah, it's very obvious once you know what
to
look for there.
Ever so slowly.
There's also an unbranched icidid that was off to the left a bit.
Resume the light. No, just drifted back.
Another thing at the base here that's so fat for this colony, there are nodes in there somewhere, but I believe there's been calcium carbonate deposited over those nodes as this thing has gotten older and older just to solidify the base. So, if this were broken and we were trying to identify it, we might be fooled that it's bamboo pulp because we couldn't see those black protein-like nodes.
Camera. You're okay there.
So Scott, this one looks like it could have those sort of domed or mound-shaped type of polyps when it's closed up. Would you agree on that, or is that it's just my eyes here?
Yeah. No, I agree. That's why I said this could be that new genus Ectomyces that Les and I described. That Ectomyces was named for the volcano shape of the polyps. It's a little bit hard to tell. They're certainly mounded, but that's certainly a good guess. Also, you see on the thicker branches, the color of some of the tissue is kind of orangey pink. That's another thing we see.
Keep the elevator
going. Spot lobster on the backside.
Yeah.
Become partial series.
So yeah, Ectomyces is a genus that's very closely related to keratoisis, and we have been calling these things keratoisis. It's a little bit hard at this level, despite what a great image we're seeing. To identify them, you really need them under a microscope.
Sure. Yeah, thank you very much. And that's the voice of Dr. Scott Franz from Louisiana State at Lafayette.
One more wide for just
anyway, did I do that right? Uh-oh. I may be getting mixed up again.
University of Louisiana.
Louisiana at Lafayette. I know, and then I finally got Amy straight, and then I had a little bit of a brain dysfunction there. So University of Louisiana at Lafayette, and so he is a
you have it, video.
specialist
Full wide.
Got
All right.
Thank you.
Moving out.
Expert on deep sea corals, among other things. So thank you, Scott.
Nice flying, Bobby. Thank you.
Well, not to heap the guilt on, but Bruce Mundy's actually with the Pacific Island Fisheries Science Center.
What did I say?
He's at the IRC, which is just the municipal. That's the building that houses a bunch of things. But just so you know, you might want to credit him as a science center as well.
I should. I'm not doing really well starting out.
No,
this
you're doing
morning.
excellent. It's just you're doing great.
I am so distracted by what I'm looking at here. You're sort of just the scenery and the density of these corals is just so stunning. So we are on Ellis Seamount. It's about 100 miles from south of Honolulu, and we're at about just over 2,000 meters down on the top of a ridge extending from the seamount. And you're getting a live broadcast from the Deep Discoverer Remotely Operated Vehicle, or ROV, that's deployed from the ship Okeanos Explorer. It's the first time the Seamount has ever been dove on before. And
you guys ready for another 20-meter move?
We have found a really interesting area, as you've heard
Bridge
on the audio
RV
from some of the people who called in. Beautiful,
yeah, requesting a repeat of that last move. 20 meters, 220 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Very interesting terrain. Volcanic rock, a lot of it, pillows, and a lot of these are pillow formations, I believe.
So I'm going to come over this edge, but we're just going to be able to
interesting. If these are
look down.
Formations, on the first dive we did, which was down about 2,700 meters, you saw them fragmenting. And that's why we had all that
yeah, I don't
talus
want to
field.
bring my tether over that direction anyway.
Pillow
so we're
here.
just going to look down this
broken
edge.
apart, and they break off into those, I don't know what you would call them, maybe like orange wedges, or like when you peel an orange, you have those wedges come out all about the same size. Well, sort of the same thing that they look like was happening on the first dive.
Yeah, these look kind of intact here. If we're looking up here on up here to the left, and now you can see some really nice pillow flows underneath the corals here.
Thank you, Bridge.
Pillow flows is the word for how lava comes out underwater. It comes out sort of like toothpaste, squeezing toothpaste out. So you see these sort of elongate, ropey rock structures here, or boulders. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about pillows. Let's see, I should update our position to see where we are. I assume we're right on the crest, which we are, and we're moving toward the south. So we have some really beautiful bathymetry this morning on the Seamount, because Derek Sowers and his team of Joy and John were mapping this Seamount last night, and were able to process all the data and provide it to us for use today for this dive, and we've got it on a display here, so it's really terrific.
I can come down a little bit, but I think I'm passing over that pinnacle now. So
yeah, I wouldn't. I don't need it for any reason.
Okay.
What do we got there below the lasers? Let's snap zoom on that.
Wow.
Broken chunk. All right.
So we are definitely still right on the crest of the ridge, and the good thing about it is we've got plenty of very solid, hard substrate here for these very large corals to actually attach to.
Bridge
RV ahead if we want it.
So that's part of the equation we're trying to figure out.
We'd like to keep the momentum of this move and do another 30 meters, 220 degrees,
where these
0.2 knots.
Communities are occurring. All right, Mary, you're on.
Copy that. Thank you, Bridge.
Let's hope your screen isn't frozen up.
Well, it belongs to a family called the Aristiidae, but I don't think this is Plesioponeus.
So
no, it definitely is. This is a genus different from that. I'll have to take another look at it.
A spectacular view of the pleopods, those legs that are called swimmerets on the abdomen, and you can see there's two branches, the longer outer one, the smaller inner one, and those longer outer ones have the setae, which form kind of like a paddle, so that on a power stroke, those setae fan out and create a large surface area to paddle with. It's just fantastic.
All right, Bobby, let's let him go out of frame.
Yeah. Thank you, Mary and Scott.
Unless he wants to come back for his close-up again.
I was going to say.
Okay, I'm full wide.
Just trying to make sure I spelled Aristides correctly here in the
Looks like I have a little more tether, so let's move on.
Thank you, Bridge.
a nice, what appears to be a pillow flow on the top there. Iridogorgia.
You might have a black coral straight ahead.
Where's the black coral?
Left of the little white stalk.
To the little white stalk.
In the foreground, lower right, there's a small, I think, Metallogorgia, quotes, juvenile, and hasn't formed its plume on the top yet. I think that's the first Metallogorgia I've seen, and maybe there's one in the background.
We saw what we thought was Metallogorgia, Scott, early on in the dive. It was unclear whether or not, it was a Chrysogorgid for sure, but it was unclear because it did not have the ophiuroid in it, and the actual top plume looked like it extended further down than some of the other Metallogorgia that we've seen. So we kind of put a big question mark by the ID on it. But right now we're trying to see a black coral that Roland saw. That
that's Joe, and it's the lasers were right on it.
That's
no.
Yeah, that's a Chrysogorgid in the back there. Yeah, there's Chrysogorgids are all mixed in with the bamboos. They're sort of overshadowed by the size of these really big bamboo colonies.
Okay, coming back down.
Oh, could you zoom in on that orange thing that's sticking up? We've got an Anthomastus.
Yeah.
And I'm probably going to forget the name that Tina gave for these. I'm going to default to what we've always called them, but she doesn't think that's correct. We always call these things
In the background, Ken.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to settle in and find a good vantage point here, I think.
Is he trying to get back in there?
Yeah,
it's going to be interesting.
So we used to
the hole behind that, Chris, I'm not sure, is that maybe a black coral? Just behind the Anthomastus, like one you're looking at?
Good.
I can't tell.
Metallogorgia, is that what you're referring to? The one sticking up? Or?
Well, it's unclear whether that's a black or a Chrysogorgia, but I guess we'll get it when he zooms the Anthomastus. We'll get them both.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier.
That's
I agree that those are the choices.
Yeah. So we used to call this Anthomastus Steenstrupi.
Hopefully that's enough light.
I can't remember what Tina. She had a different name that she thought it was.
Come on up.
Because you're not going to get a better total.
I think maybe was she suggesting student
so we'll have to make it work.
For this
Once
tall
I get some
one?
tether, I
Is
can
that
probably
right,
come
Scott?
around.
I mean, I know she was suggesting it for the smaller ones, the red ones. But was she also suggesting it for this tall one?
I'm going to go in if that's okay. You
Yeah, bring my,
oops. You ready for me to go in?
Yeah.
Okay. Bring your toe around to the...
So I think that's a Chrysogorgid in the back, so that answers... Oh, there's a little black there, maybe,
that's
next to the right of it. So there's the Anthomastus or Pseudanthomastus.
That's a black to the right.
I'm just going to default to Steenstrupi right now. We still know which one we were looking at. and we'll change the name later on after looking at Tina's notes.
All right, now I'm going to make you work a little bit. If you can just keep your toe hold, but just move, come right a little bit for the little possible black hole.
Are we happy with this one?
Yeah, that's pretty good. And then there was a small black coral to the right of that at the base. I think it was of interest.
Let's come partial, please.
Partial, there it is. Coming in when you're ready.
Yeah, okay.
There you go. Oops, coming out.
That's not me.
It's just me rocking on my toes. We're okay to go back in.
Hi, Chris. I think we lost you, but you're all back. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, Scott. I was actually looking up.
Coming in.
Had a little too much vertical.
Doing a little bit of research on the iPad here, so I went sort of silent there for a second. So, Scott, would you call this a Staropathes, or would you call it a Bathypathes?
Let's see.
Thank you very
much. I believe
that's full
I can see some side branches coming off the main pinnules.
Video, is that full?
That's full.
So
all right, let's come wide. Got some tether. I want to try something real quick to help these guys.
Bathypathes would have that main axis in the
there's
center,
been a request
and
by
then feather-like branches coming off the side, but those feather-like branches wouldn't then sub-branch. That's probably Staropathes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I
said
was
earlier. I don't know if we had cut out already. I think that Tina may have suggested pseudanthemastus for that thing.
Okay.
For that anthemastus-like.
Okay, coming down, and you can take out the.
Thank you.
Take the skids out.
Skids out. Yep.
So I heard pseudoanthomastus.
Yeah, so Scott remembers it, that she thought it would be
Yeah,
Pseudanthemastus as the genus rather than Anthomastus. All right.
Let's see if we can go get that black one.
All right, let's come wide again, please.
Now, we got it in the very beginning. A good establisher of the colony.
So we're looking sort of off the side of the ridge, if I'm not mistaken. We're spinning around, now we're looking along the ridge there. It's a nice little panorama. So a lot of this this community here is located right at the crest and perhaps just a little ways below the crest.
Yeah, video you call me?
It seems to be where that's the harder substrate is located. So this looks like a bit of a broken pillow right here, Frank. You were saying that we weren't seeing too many of them, but that looks like it could be.
Yeah, and there's another one over there. You can see along that edge right there.
Yeah, so there are some broken pillows
See
there.
it? Oh, there it is. Okay. It was just hidden. Yep.
All right.
DC. Yeah, there's the black coral. Okay.
Yeah, copy that.
All right, video, let's go in. There you go, Watchley. Here's a better lighted view for you.
Okay, and I think that's going to confirm the ID that Scott and I think it is.
Back.
We think it's a young Staropathes.
It's interesting, Chris. You know, if we had come upon this colony when it was a little bit younger and those side branches hadn't begun to grow, we would have called this a Bathypathes for certain.
Yeah.
And there's a nice transition into a Chrysogorgiid with that gold-colored skeleton and the pink-colored polyps. No idea what
I think that's time for me to come
that
on.
is, but it does look like
Hopefully
the genus Chrysogorgia from here.
Enough for
Squat
identifier
lobster
there.
in there. I'll let Mary say something about that if she's
Get
around.
out for my co-pilot.
Yeah, the ship stops, so you're okay.
Yeah. Watch lead, would you like closer views?
Use my key to tell us all what it is.
Set up, Chris.
I didn't quite follow that.
Okay, what's the kind of squat lobster you find in the Chrysler Gorges all the time? Very smooth.
Europtychus.
You're right. That's the quiz.
See, now the question is whether Scott would have passed the quiz, because he's the one who asked you on that one. I've got your cheat sheet in front of me that you sent me this morning, Mary, but I'll bet he doesn't have it
Go
in
ahead
front
and
of
get
him.
a little move in, 20 meters.
Up or around Copilot?
I don't have it in front of me, but Eurotychus is the only squat lobster genus associated corals that I know, so by default I would have guessed
at least to see the top.
All right, we got to find him a harder example.
Yeah, that'll work
clearly.
if we
You're
just
not
still
going to
do
let him off that
220.
easy.
Yeah.
Sure, a little off. So.
Right.
Bridge, RV nav.
Well, the trouble is that there are at least two other members of the Chrysler
Yeah,
Gorges.
could we get another 30 meter move,
of
220 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Gorgonian and black coral associated spot lobsters out there, but they're all described.
Good copy,
I was
thank you,
speaking
Bridge.
with Darryl Felder at the University of Louisiana Lafayette last week about this, and he concurs. He says there's so many of these chirostylid crabs that are associated with corals that are completely unknown that it would be really nice to get some samples if we could while we're collecting some corals.
Work that.
I think we've got a bunch of specimens already that are from the first cruise, and we got a couple things on this cruise already as well. So we might have some. We just haven't had time to take a close look at them. We've just got them in the preservative and with the labels and bottles right now. But I think we may have some of those.
That's great. You know, the way you guys are collecting, the other valuable thing is, you know, this knowledge of the host, exactly what coral they were on.
Yeah.
It's kind of information you don't get if the crabs are collected with some kind of trawl net or dredge.
Yeah, it's a good point.
That's true, and a lot of the older specimens are all broken up.
So I think this this community ranks among some of the top ones that we saw on the first cruise. This is just gorgeous with these up and down topography here, just covered with these huge bamboos. It's just really stunning views that we're getting right now at this site.
Chris, I suspect you already did it, but did you get some sense of the size of some of these colonies?
Sure.
Yeah, there is some lasers on some of the ones from the beginning, and I was sort of looking for different species, but he had the lasers running on them. And there is just some enormous colonies that we passed.
10's good.
That I think we'll be able to go back and really do some nice measurements. So there's your laser dots right there. Just you can even get a feel for how big these things are. I'm not even going to guess. You know, so the lasers are 10 centimeters apart. So clearly some of these are 2 to 3 meters in height, and so they're quite large colonies.
Well, this large and with bases that big, these are surely hundreds of years old, these colonies.
Yeah.
It's a little, there's one that's a little different.
It's a fine looking daisy chain there, serious.
There's the Pleurogorgia pinnata, so we've seen both of these mixed in with these big bamboos. So again, what we're seeing, Scott, as we have, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think I've noticed a couple of times now, the Pleurogorgia seems to be always, not always, I'm sorry, At least a few times that I've seen it, seems to be coming off the side of the rock and sort of pushed out a little bit from the main concentration of colonies. So I wonder if it's taking advantage of that kind of a position.
Yeah, maybe. So, Pilot, you see this extremely leggy bamboo that's coming into the center of the view.
Yep.
Very, very long branches. I think that's something different that we haven't seen so far. I wonder if we could get a look at it.
Of course.
I think this is taken out.
Video, let's go partial.
Bridge, are we now?
And the way to tell would be right at the base if the branches are coming off in 3 dimensions instead of planar.
Yeah, Bridge, can we bring the ship to an easy stop here, please? Thank you, Bridge.
I have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, you can see in a couple of places, even on some branches that we're looking at right now, you see branches come off kind of in a whirl.
Whenever you need me to tell me, I'll come up and over.
Instead of always pairwise branching,
I think
or
you'll be
even
good.
3 branches come off, they're not all in one plane. So this is likely Acanella, the genus Acanella, branching from the node, and in some cases the node has 3-dimensional branching.
Stand by video. I'm going to come
So
back down
would you
to the
think
base.
this is something that we've been calling Weberi, just a really old one, or is this going to be a different Echinella?
Yeah, Chris, I can't tell you that. I don't know Weberi well enough. Based on some of the things that we saw earlier on leg 2 that we were referring to as Weberi, I'm defaulting to that name. I really shouldn't. I should stick with Echinella.
Stabilizing.
Another thing that's kind of interesting, I noticed on some of the higher branch points that it almost looks like the branch is coming just above the node, which shouldn't happen in Acanella. But most of the branching I'm seeing is nodal, again. So I feel pretty comfortable that this is a nodal brancher. But it's interesting to see that and the idea that there may be variation in that characteristic on a colony.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
But I think also we can say that these very leggy things do seem to be Acanella, and like a lot of the colonies up on this rock or this series of high points that we've been seeing, it looks like it's very old, and so this must be a good, consistent place for food over the long term.
Yeah, I think that's what caught my attention, just how long these branches are. They're just remarkably long and leggy. Okay. So yeah, if it's if it is Weberi, it's going to be one of the longest Weberis that I've ever seen, or largest, oldest ones that I've ever seen. So it's
And it's a good point there about the long legginess. And one of the things you're essentially saying is, or we can also observe, is that the length of the internode, the white part, is quite long on a lot of these branches. And that may be a characteristic that we could use from the images to compare to known Weberi to see if they also have such equally long internodes. Or even though there may not be a branch, there may still be a node, but that's not what we're seeing on these. So that could be a characteristic we could use.
Yeah, and Scott, all of these upper branch points are above the node. They're not at the node. Okay. He just ran through about 3 or 4 right there, and you could clearly see they're above the node.
It's sort of interesting.
I agree, and that's a really fascinating observation, and it makes a difference. Could you imagine if we were collecting a piece to identify, and we only snipped off the top part of this colony and didn't have the rest of the imaging? Then we would make the assumption that this was an internodal brancher, not a nodal brancher, and come up with possibly a completely different identification.
Going on with the polyps right in this area.
Might help us, but we'd be scratching our heads. So this tells you the value of having this in situ imagery in addition to samples.
Coming down.
Yeah.
There was looked like there were stringy polyps.
On this
I saw what you were talking about, Pilot. When he was, there was something that looked stringy, but I don't remember where that.
Coming down. You're right there.
Where are they?
Center screen, if we can focus on the
it looked
polyps.
like it was coming from some of the polyps.
Yeah, that's what he was.
A little bit further left of this.
Yeah, there he
nice
goes.
job, video.
Tentacles trailing.
I see.
So whether that's something stuck on it or whether they don't actually look like the tentacles this time. Do they? Or maybe they are, but it looks like it's... I don't know, it looks different than the corallium that we collected on Cruise 1, where it was clearly the tentacles that were elongated. This looks different to me, but I don't know.
Yeah, copy
I
that.
agree that it looks different. I'm not sure if there's something on the back side there or if it's possible that these are mesenterial filaments. And it's not something I typically see with octocorals, but mesenterial filaments are an extension that comes from inside basically the stomach, the gastrovascular cavity. They have lots of nematocysts on them in other kinds of Nidarian anthozoans, like sea anemones. They're used to help subdue.
Hey, go ahead, Pat. No, you're fine. I came down on you. All right. I'm having a tough time holding this steady.
Okay, well, thanks, Violet. So,
Copy that.
Let's go ahead and maybe carry on. Yeah, move on a little bit.
So if you
kind
of come up, I'll come. Oh, sorry.
No problem. Coming up.
I'll come up with you, and I turn about 50 degrees to my port to look at you. So I'll turn back here.
The heading seems very snappy on the vehicle today. Not quite sure why.
Yeah, pilot, you might be able to head out and see what this sonar target is that Chris was seeing off to your left.
Hey, you got it. Coming up plenty high to clear the tether.
He was measuring at 16 meters out, right?
Yeah. Yep. Oh, couldn't quite tell what that was.
Okay. Pushing forward. Video a little help lighting up our bottom. Okay. I'm going to actually back up, kind of come back and face the hill a little bit so I can get a reference.
Yeah, I've got eyes on your tether. You're fine.
Yeah, Roger, thanks.
You're going to get a tug here soon.
So those of you who are just joining us, we're on a seamount called Ellis Seamount, and those red lines that you're seeing going out are lasers. They're 10 centimeters apart, the spacing, and this is how we actually measure things down here. So we can put these lasers on the animals and rocks and so forth and get really accurate size measurements. There. So it's a very convenient way. We're a little high up, so you actually aren't seeing the dots on the substrate or any of the corals. They're like your typical laser.
Do you still have that sonar target you want me to check out?
No, we don't have it anymore. Serious, what's going on with the RV sonar, though? What's this?
Something you have similar types of lasers.
We were picking it up before.
Showing at the screen.
We were. It's just zoomed.
So
they're
far,
very valuable. Most of the vehicles,
we're at 10 meter scale.
Vehicles have got a laser measuring scale on them.
You can change that if you like.
So we're about at 2,100 meters below the surface, and we're about 100 miles south of the city of Honolulu.
Ready for another jump?
Well, it looks like it's
and we're on a deep coral community that we have just found.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it wasn't like that.
If we could zoom on this, I think it's going to be something we already zoomed on. Yeah, it's the Cheetah sponge. Yeah, never mind. See if we can find something else that's new.
Answer your question.
I'm sorry?
I'm ready to answer your future question for a move.
Okay. My future question?
Yeah, I thought you were going to ask that.
I don't know. I just don't. Yeah, I don't remember seeing that.
I don't either. I remember it.
Go up to 50. Also volcanic rock. This particular seamount we don't believe was ever at the surface.
That's what we were at.
Or close to the surface.
50?
Yeah.
But I'm not absolutely sure about that, but it's missing the characteristic sort of flat top.
Maybe it's just drooped down a little.
That were
we haven't done a sample yet, have we?
Which is a
we did a rock sample.
Erosion as well as shallow coral reefs building up around the summit and flattening it out of it.
All right.
This has a very ridge-shaped, sharp summit on the seamount that usually indicates it wasn't
220
at the surface.
And
therefore, the rock we're looking at.
Everybody's sonar looks clear. Maybe another 50.
Be, pretty much volcanic rock.
Here, that's me.
Bridge, ROV nav.
Whatever that is, it's vehicle relative.
See also that all the corals
requesting
are
another ship
lined
move,
up,
50 meters, 220 degrees,
in the same
0.2
direction,
knots.
Vehicle
and that
fixed,
would
I should
be,
say.
you're looking along the ridge crest right now, and you're seeing
All right,
either side
let's
of the
come back
ridge.
to the left and
so the corals are lined up to actually
catch the back
intercept
end
the
of this
water
mound.
that's coming
Copy
up
it.
and
Yeah,
over
that
the
was
side of the ridge.
just making sure that was 50
So,
meters.
this is something that we've been seeing a lot of on these cruises here, that these
thank you.
corals, these ridges are serving to perhaps create a barrier to water flow and forcing the water up and over and providing current conditions that support very high density communities like this. So my partner here, Frank Parrish, has just returned from lunch, and you're going to hear his voice for a bit while I run down and try to get a bite.
I came way up. I'll come back down.
We just imaged a bunch of
you
things,
got that
Frank,
peak right
and then
below you, so
we're
no
making
need
a little
to come
bit of
back down.
ground
It's
here.
to the left.
Again,
behind
going
me.
over this very sort of
The end of it is right there.
rugose type of terrain, and then just looking for new things and listening to requests and so forth for close-ups.
Okay. So before you go, did you update the position? I'll do that now if you haven't done it. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, you're right. The edge of it is underneath me. You've got a feature just behind you that I'm not sure the height of. I think you imaged it, but yeah, you're fine. It's hard to tell the relief on that. Yeah, there you go.
So it looks like we're about a solid third of the way on the plan track. And
Does that look
as
different?
Chris said, it looks like we'll be working our way down.
This large thing passed?
Down the
That's
slope.
glowing in your screen?
I think we just saw
On the
that.
left, it was kind of
Oh yeah, that's the sponge
flattening
thing.
out a little bit, but it looks
Yeah,
like we're
okay.
stepping into larger boulders,
Coming back.
but with the same collection of corals that we had before.
Yeah, good call.
So, pilot, are we behind Cirrus in the ship, or are we in front of Cirrus in the ship as we proceed down?
Oh, they're Sirius. Okay. We are in front of Sirius,
We're-
but behind
we're
the
in front of
ship.
Cirrus. Okay.
Yes. So we are waiting for Sirius to catch up.
Okay.
And it's a little tricky in all these pinnacles and boulders, constantly going up and down. We have to be careful. For example, that large pinnacle that we just were looking at, just imaging, is a little bit behind, but right below Sirius. So it's a combination now of tether ahead, but also tether vertically.
Yeah, Washley, we just have to be careful not to drag the tether in such a way as to entangle it on a spire as we go over with Sirius. It's been done before. It's not pretty.
I can believe it. It is a very different way of surveying. You know, in the past with submarines, we basically would cruise along the bottom, but this is kind of like, I think about it like walking my dog. You know, if it's in step and it works well, and you got a well-behaved dog, you can cover ground very nicely. But my dog wants to go all kinds of directions, and so we're pulling on the leash in different directions, and And you guys seem to have it in step, whereas unfortunately I always seem to be going the opposite direction from what my dog wants to do.
Yeah, Dave Wright will declare himself puppied off at various occasions, which I think is an apt analogy.
Puppied off. That's the term they use?
That's the term when the pilot sort of goes out in the wrong direction looking at some shiny thing. He has puppied off.
I see. So the pilot basically will go to the extreme of the tether that's available to him and puppied off. That's a good description of it.
And then usually there's something that's really interesting right outside of the view.
Analogy, you would also have to be on a leash.
Yeah, they had pointed out that I should also be on the leash, but you have to realize that from a dog's perspective, you are on the leash. The dog is walking you. So it's just a matter of whether the dog likes where you're going or not.
I'm referring to the vessel being the ultimate dog walker in this analogy.
Correct. That is correct.
So watch lead. This is pilot. Sorry for the skids here, but we're having to kind of look down.
Okay.
Down there.
Is that what that is, Roland? Okay. That's what I thought it was as well.
Oh, okay.
But we're heading downhill on these boulders, and with these large corals sticking up, we kind of have to maintain an altitude. So
yes.
Our skids may be in view for the next little while. Video, you can actually bring those out a little bit if you want. No.
So, Scott, are you still there? Can I ask you a question about something you said earlier?
Okay, coming back left.
Yes, Frank, I'm here.
So, when we were looking at the bamboo earlier, you pointed out when we got a very large bamboo, you'd have a situation where you'd get some of the growth and it would actually overgrow the nodes so that you might not see it. It would look like a continuous internode, if you will, because it had been overgrowing the node. Is that what you were saying earlier?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. The tissue deposits both those protein nodes and, of course, the skeleton and layers. And what we have found is that in the older colonies or in places where there may have been damage due to perhaps some predation removing tissue, when the tissue grows back, it can deposit a layer of calcium carbonate over the node. And so exactly as you said, what previously would have looked like a node now looks like an internode. But if you were to cut through it, you would see a node underneath there, or if there hasn't been too much calcium carbonate deposited, you can actually see the black layer lightly
you can find
through
one
the
that's
calcium carbonate.
in a good position.
Okay, so you can section, and then the node would be preserved, locked within the coating, the external coating. Or would the node actually dissipate over time?
I'm not sure we can get that one.
That's a really good question, Frank. I guess my gut feeling is that the node would be preserved because it is encased in the calcium carbonate, but I don't actually know that. I can tell you that we have certainly seen nodes below calcium carbonate, but I don't know, over if 100 years had passed, I don't know if that protein would still be there.
Okay. That's interesting.
Thank you, Bridge.
I wondered about that when I was sectioning some of the shallow water gold corals and looking at the hosts, and I was wondering to what degree I was looking at protein rings in there that were associated with the node of the bamboo, and I was careful to do a lot of sections so that I would catch the carbonate core of it, but I had never thought about the prospect that maybe the node would be
come back out.
Cemented
Video.
over by carbonate, and I wouldn't see it. So it's a new idea for me.
Yeah. I was looking for that squat lobster, but I think we were misled. Okay, pushing back out.
So are we out of the rock field here?
Looks like we're coming out of it.
Okay.
There's still some rolly hills.
All right, just a couple over to the right. So just if we see something that looks like we haven't seen before, we should probably start zooming on them. But if I didn't want to put down if it was going to be a hazard.
Big coral in the background there.
There's still a few boulders.
So what's the item at the base of that boulder that's reflecting light? Is that just a broken?
We'll go take a look.
Line? Don't need to go in too close. Just snap zoom on it, and we'll see if it's something we want to go spend time on.
Video? Snap.
Frank, as we approach this, I'll note we've passed not on the rocks, but on the flatter parts, a couple of colonies that look unbranched and kind of staff shaped at the top. They curl over. I don't know if you've seen those earlier today.
Yeah, I did
but
see.
It might be worth getting a look at those.
I did see that.
If you encounter them again.
Okay, so I did see that, and I wasn't certain if it was something we had seen before or not. So can we spin left? Is that possible?
You got it.
All right, let's spin left so we can look back at where we came. Scott just identified a couple of corals that he thinks that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, the ship's been stopped for a while. Sirius is still swinging. Probably got another
yeah, a little
10
bit,
meters.
That's it. It's over there and a little more to the left, I believe. Right there, I believe they're the ones right there on the left. Is that what you were thinking about, Scott?
I'm not seeing it quite yet. I think when we spun to the left, it may have been underneath the vehicle.
Okay. So
I'm not seeing them right now, Frank.
So should we spin right and look back where we just drove from?
Can you re-describe one more time what we're looking for?
So Scott, why don't you describe again what we're looking for? Does it at all look anything like what we just have in the center screen here? Or are we talking about something much more small and translucent?
I would describe it as a shepherd's staff or a cane.
Here's the boulder.
A cane.
You know, like a cane coming up from the bottom. It's kind of a cane. So like the handle of a cane curls over.
Okay.
I think of a candy cane.
Okay.
That's what the colony kind of looked like.
Just below your lasers. And it's to the right. There's two of them in view. You may
And
not
it was
see
in the
the
flat
second
part, you know, before that large boulder
Right
that was in
there.
the background as we were going up to it.
Okay, so here's the flat area that we're looking at.
See the canes on the left? There's two of them.
Yeah, there's two filamentous things coming straight up. If that's what you're talking about on the left of this flat area.
There's also several more left of that.
Yeah, I don't think that's. I see what you mean. It's right in this area. I think it's still to the right, maybe back a bit. I'm not sure it's the same as a straight branch.
Okay.
Behind it there, I think that might be a Metallogorgia that's young or some kind of odd Chrysogorgia. But we can take. Oh, hold on.
Wait, there's an arc in that one right there, straight. It's middle screen about now. It's,
there it is. Yeah, it's on the right side now.
Okay, so we want to zoom on that middle screen, right?
Yep, you found it.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at
So
this.
the fact that it's plugged in, I thought maybe this is an unbranched primnoid.
Okay.
So co-pilot, I'm gonna put my back towards you, come around, lay in these rocks.
Understood.
But the ship moves complete, so we should be.
Yeah, you're fine.
There's also some crinoids on those stalk sponge behind it.
That's some pretty slick flying there.
Yeah, the pilot's doing a good job coming back and finding it. It looks like it laid down a little bit when we came over.
That's good. Tether's happy.
Okay. And that rock is just off to my starboard side.
Yeah.
Inching a little bit more and holding there. All right, video, let's go in.
You just farts. You don't need help, do you?
No, just on verts. Although I seem to be drifting off, so I think I am going to need help.
Copy that. I have it.
Okay.
On your command.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so
this is yeah, great. This is what I thought. So this is a primnoid in the family of Primnoidae. So it is not a bamboo coral. You can see the sort of stripes on those polyps. Those are the sclerites. They're little scale-like sclerites, so characteristic of that family. And this is probably the genus Candidella and maybe Candidella gigantea. giant is referring to the size of the polyps. So that's great. I think this is the first of these that we've seen on the dive today. So nice work, pilots.
So a Canadell is what you said, right?
Let's come down for the polyps closer to the base. They won't move so much on us.
Okay.
Go ahead, Peter.
Just waiting for you to stabilize and add full frame into max zoom.
Alright, come on. Let me try this a little bit better.
So Frank, just so you know, a lot of these colonies, when you see them, they're kind of thin, and they have that, I called it before, a shepherd's staff or the candy cane pearl on top. That's usually a good indication that you're seeing one of these primnoid whips, candidella whips, and also they lack polyps near the base.
Yeah. So the bamboo, basically, even if they're a single filamentous bamboo, they're going to be relatively straight, or they're going to be corkscrew, but they're not going to bend over.
Is that full
in a
video?
cane shape.
That is max zoom.
Exactly. I don't believe I've ever seen a bamboo coral do that unless, you know, now that I said it, we will certainly find one, but that's not characteristic.
Good.
All right, we'll hold this for your still. Looks like nice lighting.
Got the fifth polyp up on the left. It's got a little black something other there.
Very nice.
Can really see that scaling that Scott was mentioning. Video, do you want anything here? Anything else?
Since we're here and stable, let's get a full frame. Okay. Bottom left to top right.
Yep.
Come down a little for you.
Or top center, if that's what the coral wants to do. Once we get this, we'll look at the very bottom polyps.
Okay.
Where it starts, the polyps.
Camera back, good.
Yeah, I'll take it back.
Yeah,
let's snap some real quick on the
sea
tip
spider?
here. Oh no, just the tip of the coral since it's behaving properly.
I guess that's a crinoid, not a sea spider. Max zoom.
Okay, and just gonna pan you down.
You're behind and to the right of me, but I've stopped swaying. Swinging, sorry.
One left.
Wanted to actually get those polyps.
Oh, you wanted those polyps, sorry.
Yep. Just see where the polyps start.
Yep.
It's good. It shows 2 and 3 polyps around the stem.
Is that full?
That is full zoom.
Let's drift it out. Alright. Are you happy, video?
Video's clear. You want to get the crinoid in the shot?
No, it's time for us to move on.
Video switching out.
Yeah, that's good heading for centering up. looks like I'm picking up a consistent target out here. That could be another wall or pinnacle or something.
What distance do you got?
Let's figure it out.
Should be about equivalent with you.
Yeah.
Sidle over to your left.
Well,
that might be it.
I think that's it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem far enough out. Maybe that's it.
I think that's the ROV.
It's a slant range thing too. I think your elevation is a little higher too.
Yeah, that's the ROV next to it.
And I don't think we imaged that side of it, but I could be wrong. I think we kind of swung to a stop here. And
there will be an all-hands meeting in the mess deck at this time. All-hands meeting in the mess deck at this time.
The following is a new test of ship whistle and general alarm. As completed, please see all further alarms.
So, pilot, is that
Stand by one, watch lead. We're actually going through a pilot change here.
Roger. Standing by. So we're just going to hover while the pilots change out. I have to do a handoff when people coming back from lunch.
So watch lead, this is Dave for the half-hour lunch here. And what's your pleasure?
Hi, Dave. We were looking at something off to the right that I wanted to take a look at. It looked like a very large colony that had fallen over.
Okay.
And I just wanted to take a close look at what a large one of these, if it had indeed fallen over, looks like. You can see it down on the bottom there.
Yeah. I don't know if I have the tether to get there, but I will
just
head that way.
Yeah, maybe we just zoom on it or something like that if necessary.
I think if my co-pilot comes down with me, it's
on my way.
Achievable.
I don't know that it actually fell over. It may just be oriented differently, but
video, let's start a zoom from here. See what we can see.
Absolutely.
Got room.
Okay, yeah, looking at the base there.
Headed that way.
Let's zoom across.
It snapped right off right there.
Yeah, you can actually see the ring on the rock where it was once cemented, so it just popped off. That's a very clean break right there. And it looks to me like some of the colony's still living. It's just oriented in a less than probably ideal direction.
Just come out a little bit, video, and see what the branching is doing in response to this. Yeah.
It fell, but it didn't take much damage in the fall. It looks like it
Oh.
just kind of leaned over, and there's a little bit there where it broke up. See, the thing about that one or two bamboo colonies that I've seen, once they die, then they just fall apart. Those nodes just.
So do we want to get a ship move in?
Come unglued.
Ship is stopped.
Yeah, let's hold off until Dave comes back around this way and I can rise up. Because we're.
So how are we doing
down
on
with a little
time here?
wall
Are
on
we
my left.
moving along pretty good, or?
Yeah, I updated when you left,
Come
so
down a long ways.
we've
Chris said to be
stopped
careful of it,
twice.
so I
This is
came
our
down
second
anyways.
stop, and this stop was in
Okay.
conjunction
So
with the pilot
Just
changeout.
come wide, please.
And but we
We're
can
doing
keep
something
moving.
like 220, so
We stopped briefly to
let's
take
sort
a
of
look
with this
at
on this side.
what turned out to be a
Yeah.
frenoid.
We might want to get up on it.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
I
it
want
was
to stay down
one
in
of
or
it was a
come up on it.
cane-shaped frenoid, and Scott did a good job at explaining to us how we could tell the difference between that and a bamboo that would be similar
So there's this big
filament
thing.
shape.
But that's east. If we want to continue at 230-ish, I think we'll be okay.
All right.
You can slide past
Just
that.
updating our Fleeter mouse display.
Now it looks like we're about the halfway mark here, or a little under.
Yeah, a little bit
light it up
under.
for
Yeah, a
you.
little under.
For the along the ridge.
Yep. No, we made some
And
distance.
and the whole community is obviously continuing.
Yep.
It's really nice to see. I just got
Wonderful,
back from
Ellis, you come under me here.
lunch.
I'm not.
Which
I'm
is, by
just
the way, quite delicious today.
showing you
excellent.
what's out here.
Okay, I'll turn it back. It's not that close, I don't think, but Chris said to be careful of it. He
So
thought
have you
there,
seen
thought
anything,
there was a pinnacle
anything
close.
different, or it's pretty much the
There
same
is.
Corretto,
Yeah.
except for
That's
that primnoid?
That's the one.
So you're well above it.
Well, the frenoid we looked at
Okay.
was,
We
I
could
think
proceed
he
on,
mentioned it might have
So
been
what do you want to do?
Acanella
230, you said?
Dea. And
It
Acanella
looks
Dea,
like that's been the
I'm
march.
guessing I
Been,
got that right, I
moving
don't know.
220, but
Scott can
220.
correct me
Close
if necessary.
Okay.
we ready?
We have
Yeah, let's
checked
do
for
it.
hazards, and away we go.
Okay.
Again, shows you how they're perfectly aligned sideways to the ridge, because we're looking right along the ridge crest right there, and we're looking directly right along
So
the
I'll do
plane
50 meters
of
at
the
220.
colonies there.
Yep. So
Okay.
that's the spine of our ridge,
Front
right?
of the ridge, yeah.
Bridge, Nav.
Yeah, we are going down. We were on a little
Ship
high
move,
point
please.
there for a little
50
while, and now
meters,
we're
bearing 220 at 0.2 knots.
dropping down a little bit. So again, once you get away from these sort of solid bedrock areas, you get onto sort of the sediment, less consolidated areas, then of course
You got it.
Lose some of your corals out here. And very clear here that
Watch
the
your,
corals are going to
watch
prefer
your
to
starboard side.
grow and attach to these boulders and
I
rocks.
realize I was so close. We're sticking up much higher.
So
than
one
I
of the things that's sort of interesting is you sort of think a pretty sharp ridge, you wouldn't see much sediment on, because you'd assume the current would sweep any sediment off of them, and you expect to see almost solid bedrock here. But what we learned on this cruise and on other cruises is that that's not the case at all. You can most definitely get sediment and loose talus and all types of things right on the crest of the ridge itself.
Yep.
And that's going to determine what type of communities you're going to see on these ridges.
Well, they are very deep, so they don't have that
So
wave
just-
energy that you get in shallow
just so
waters
you know,
that people tend to think
220
about.
is
You're
over
way
here.
down there. So
You're just starboard of track at this point.
Okay, I'm just looking at this toppled one video. Let's zoom on a. Not sure if this is the same toppled one. I think this one's farther out. This is a different one.
There you go. That's 220 there.
Okay. We can come wide.
Full wide.
So navigator, watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
Roger. So I think I understand that we're going to be pulling up off the bottom at 2:30 today. Is that correct, or 3 o'clock, something like that?
220 is currently our off bottom time.
Okay. Well, given that we're not halfway even along the ridge crest to waypoint 3, maybe we could pick up the pace a little bit. We're seeing a lot of the same stuff here.
Well, let me talk with the pilots and see what they're comfortable with, and
Pilot's okay with bringing it up to 0.3.
Well, you can look at the ship track. We've been drilling holes all along the way. So maybe if we keep continuous
it's pretty rough terrain, I understand. It makes it a little tricky.
Yeah, they got to stay high if they're going to move.
Brian did mention that they were hitting like pretty large
we've been cruising up
rock outcrops. You know, it'd be flat for a while, and then they'd hit like a big, feature that we want to keep an eye out for. But I think we can move at 0.3 if we just make sure we're aware of that.
Go over the top of them.
Okay.
What have we been moving?
0.2.
Maybe in sort of an area here we're getting less of that because we come off of this sort of pinnacle feature looking at Fleeter Mouse.
Why don't we
so
try
it might be a
continuous
little
0.2
less
and see how that goes, if they like it.
Okay. But you got to go up on a peak.
I'm just watching these, and there's lots of stops. That might be why we've been moving slow.
So you'll bump into it again. So I think it's a good idea to go ahead and move and try and get to where that peak is.
Make up more ground by not stopping.
Yeah. Well, I kind of like this because we're seeing sort of a little bit of a barren area, and then and just understanding how these ridges work. So if we go through a bit of a barren area in this flat, and then we come up on the peak, and we have a whole lot more coral suddenly appear. Again, that's insightful for what's happening.
Now, Scott was interested in the cane-shaped prinoid, and it was out on this flat area. That's where we were seeing it. So we had to go back to look for it, and we found it. So you may find other things that prefer that kind of substrate condition.
Okay. Did he think that was collectible? Or
he didn't mention it. I don't think. I think he felt pretty comfortable. If he had suggested that we collected it, we would have done it, I think.
Yeah, I'm still here, guys.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was collectible. It was probably Candidella gigantea. It was just the first one I'd noticed on the dive, so I thought it would be useful to document.
Got it. Okay, thanks, Scott. So currently at 2110 meters, 2,110 meters on Ellis Seamount, about 100 miles south of Honolulu.
Getting closer to the first toppled that we imaged here. Sirius is starting to move, gaining some tether.
And the source of this sediment is sort of a little curious too, as to whether or not this is coming from all these old corals, given that you're on the very top of a seamount that's nowhere near any emergent land.
So we got the lasers on
the ring.
On the ring, it's looking like 10 centimeters worth. It's a big one.
Yeah.
Little Iridogorgia out there by himself. A little Chrysogorgid. There's a couple of Iridogorgias. So a few things are finding a place to perch out here on a little bit more sediment, cobbly type of terrain. Looks like we've got a couple of Bolosoma sponges in the background there. Saw one earlier. Pilot, could we get a zoom on that sponge that's to the right of the Iridogorgia?
Sure.
I think that's, have you documented Walteria before?
Right here?
Yeah,
no, that's not on our list.
Yeah. Looks like it's Walteria.
Let's zoom from here and then I'll maneuver closer as I get some tether.
Great.
It's way out there.
No, it's to the left.
Yeah, it's left.
Okay, there we go,
There
Tara.
we go, that's the one.
Excellent.
Zoom. Yeah, it's way out in the shadows there.
Nope, still to the left.
Still to the left.
Still to the left.
It's like in the foreground.
Right there.
Just in the screen.
Oh, that.
Yeah,
really
that's
fuzzy
it.
one.
That's Walteria, and I'm trying to see what species that is.
I can get closer to this.
looks like Walteria CF Lucardi, I think.
Getting some light on the subject now.
Nice.
Well, he's got pretty big holes in him, so actually I'm thinking he's more Fleming eye-like. So I'm going to go Walteria Fleming eye, and the difference between the two is how much of the spaces between the framework actually get filled in by silica, and this one's got some pretty large spaces in there.
Yeah.
So it's more, looks like it could be more Fleming eye-like. Plus there's a very small osculum on the top of them. So.
Chris, I was having a look at some of the close-up images we had of Walteria. I don't remember when, sometime on leg 2, I think. And those little bumps that are coming off the side needles sure did look like hydrozoan polyps, but I think he told me that that's just part of the
looks like we're about to finish up that move, and I was hoping to tack on another 50 meters.
Is this a carnivorous sponge?
It's, I don't think it's carnivorous, but yeah, I have.
That'll work, yeah.
I think I've looked at these because, well, I'm trying to remember whether I've looked at them. I've looked at close-up images of those, and I think they are despicules, but I'm not sure I actually ever looked at them under a microscope myself, Scott. So Henry Reiswig did some work on Walteria while I was up there in Vancouver with him. He was, and I'm pretty sure he would have noticed it because he's the one who noticed the black coral growing out of the Faria oca sponge. And so he didn't say anything, so I suspected that they are spicules.
Now we're on track again. Just like that.
There's a bolosoma. One of the stock sponges down here that's fairly common inhabitant in this depth. This is also a glass sponge. It's got a firm stock, but the top of it tends to be sort of more of a softer, spongy texture. There's some beautiful big colonies of the Keratoisis there, and the one over on the right is a monster.
They're all arrayed in a line here at the change in slope.
Yeah, this is the license renewal line, Dave. So they're all kind of waiting their turn.
There.
Yeah, standing there waiting their turn.
Oh, is this the DMV?
Yeah, they've left their flip-flops all in a row there while they sit and wait.
It's a Caliphacus sponge in the front there. Are the lasers on by any chance?
They are. They're just.
Oh, there they are. Yeah, to
bouncing
get an idea.
through the darkness.
Wow, that's a big boy right there.
Maybe my co-pilot will swing over there to get the overhead view for scale.
Yeah. Maybe the first bamboo whip also, and back right side.
Yeah, I saw one earlier, Scott. I marked it down on the log, but I haven't seen very many of them here at all today. So.
No, the branchers are definitely the dominance.
Yeah. It looks like, is that a little primnoid down there? Is that the one that you guys looked at? This little lyrate?
No, the one we looked at was, we were looking at a little cane-shaped, just kind of
pretty interesting.
Looked past one, but
fault on that thruster.
Kind of went up with an arc, sort of like that, single arc.
Oh, Candidella gigantea.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, right.
Used to possibly come loose again.
Yeah, I heard Candidella. Somehow I missed the gigantea. That's a interesting one because it gets its name from the size of the polyps, not the size of the colony. It certainly is not a gigantic colony.
It's easy to overlook.
Yeah.
In fact, I didn't even see it until Scott pointed it out. So
I think when we were up, Amy Baco Taylor and John Smith and I and others were up on a cruise in 2003 in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands. I think that might have been the first time we saw those Candidella gigantea, and we were referring to them as the little sticks.
The sticks, yeah.
And then Amy grabbed a few of those and got them up to Steve Cairns, who was also on the boat, who was able to identify them.
Yeah, that's the shape that we were looking at, was sort of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
How are we doing on that?
It's like a possible Metallogorgia.
We're halfway through.
So I think, Scott, we had talked about this on the last cruise too, about the fact that you're seeing these spectacular colonies, but a lot of them are very similar. You're getting this sort of higher density but lower diversity type of communities, which seems to be true for a fair number of the communities we've seen on these ridges, and seems like this place sort of fits into that that category too. Oops, lost the phone. Yeah. That probably wasn't a good question.
All right, I agree. We could probably bump up to 3/10.
Pilot concurs.
Okay.
Feels like we're certainly moseying.
Bridge, Nav. We'd like to bump it up to 0.3 knots.
Pilot,
Yes.
is this a good spot to grab a second rock, maybe a little bit bigger one? I'm seeing a fair number of what appear to be loose angular rocks here, and if we haven't just
yeah, and we'll go ahead and dial in another 50 meter.
Hold on there, Nav.
Stand by.
New
Stand by,
information has just come in my other ear. Easy stop here.
Oh, okay. You know, Bridge, we're just keeping you on your toes today. We'd like an easy stop here.
Including you.
I think you guys are just back. I don't know if you heard that exchange, but looks like a pretty good place to grab our second rock sample here today. So we got some definite nice angular pieces. We may try to
put
something in our other box.
So this will be the second specimen?
Yeah, we don't have any biologics yet today.
Okay, very good.
There's coral right under me. Hang on. I must, let's see, I sidled this away. Oh yeah, I got clearance. We're okay.
Well, that one's loose at least.
Yep, they're certainly
There'll
loose.
be other ones that are loose for sure.
Yeah. I'm going to get right near the
what do you
selection of ripe rocks here.
How about that sort of square one that's right at the tip of the right box corner right now?
I see that.
Or you got your eye on something else?
Well, I'm just sort of settling down, and then I'm going to, like the ladies at the tomatoes, where there's just,
Where are you going with this?
Fondle around and pick the one that looks best. It's like the supermarket.
Yeah.
You can't be sure until you handle everything.
I got news for you, Dave. It isn't just the ladies. Boy, do I go over my fruit and vegetables before they go into my cart, too.
In fact, I'm way
There can't be a single blemish on them for whatever reason. I've adopted that.
I'll let you pick the color, and you can pick the shape, but you cannot pick the size. Okay. Yesterday's rock was over 50 pounds, and I am not carrying it up on the deck again.
I think it was more like 70 pounds.
I think it was. I think it was 70 pounds. So let's just because that robot arm out there can pick up the rock doesn't mean that I want to carry it.
Was this a candidate here?
Well, let's see if it budges. Did it move at all when you touched it? It is moving. So what does the laser say that is?
Yeah, where's the laser?
Well, somebody has turned on force feedback, and I can feel it. It has some heft to it.
All right. So that's 10 centimeters on the laser.
20
so we're
meters
talking about 20
wide.
centimeters across at least.
Oh, maybe.
That's all right. I can
about,
get it back if we want it. But
it's a little on the large size,
okay.
maybe.
Good, it rolled all the way under you.
Right now an avalanche is
That might be a little small.
That one, let's just give it a nudge here.
Oh, I see. It's
a bigger rock. It's got pieces.
Yeah, that's looking a little bit better. He had a nice little hidden part underneath him.
So we're still swinging, co-pilot, so keep an eye on things.
Of course.
Yeah, I kind of like that rock, Dave. That's a good pick.
Okay.
That's a good one. I think that's it.
We have locked in the jaws. We'll put it out here for admiration.
So,
Good
what
to
do we
see
want to label this as?
This is going to be manganese-covered basalt. Definitely has manganese-crusted basalt. Excuse me.
Okay, go ahead and rotate.
Yeah, that's a nice one. All right, let's see if it's vesiculated like the other ones that we were seeing.
It looks like it's been cemented over by something.
Yeah, this thing.
Cavities.
Yeah, I think this has a bit more of a crust on it, but I still don't think it's a huge, dense, thick layer, though.
Right.
Okay, where shall we put this treasure?
I shall see. It's probably not going to come out of the open box, will it?
I don't think so.
And then let's throw it in the starboard front rock box, if you could, please.
That tilt of my head means if you would slide the box this away.
It's waiting for you, Dave.
Oh, you already did it.
It's been slid.
I don't even know it.
You don't even have to ask.
And you can go ahead and punch. He's got it in.
I'm going to hit collect then.
Yep. Great.
Safe.
Finished with hydraulics.
Is that wispy purple thing that's right in the center of the screen, almost horizontal to the bottom? Is that a crazy gorgeous of some kind?
I'm not seeing. Oh,
That
I
right
guess.
there, I think
I
he's
don't know.
talking
Maybe
about.
we could zoom in
Look,
on
it's
it.
horizontal end. It
Oh,
seems to
I
be
see.
sticking up.
Oh, zoom.
See that tiny? No, to the right of the lasers.
Oh, I
think
see
he's
it.
talking about.
See it.
Yeah, that really
Okay.
teeny weeny.
Let's zoom a little bit from here. See what we can see.
It's like part of that
one of those
spongy.
Tentacle off that sponge. Possibly.
So I think it's a really.
Perhaps it's another sponge?
Yeah, I think it could be a young Walterior, a Walterior that had his head knocked off. Not really clear. That's what it looks like. It's got a.
Good for more zoom.
Still moving there, Dave. So,
he looks like he's either growing up. Maybe it is a young one, and that's how they grow. I don't know.
Too dangerous on sonar, so we're okay. And the ship has stopped.
So you can see those things on the I don't know what you call these lateral extensions. There's a word for it, but these look like spicules to me, Scott. They're not moving at all. Very, very straight.
Okay, let's get wide video. I must go.
You had yourself pinned. That was crazy to see how much the vehicle moved when you let off.
So, I need to head this way and get back around you, right?
Yeah, you need to go basically under me.
Okay.
Not directly under, but
like over this away.
Yeah, that way you go. I think if you point 220 and drive, you'll be basically in the right spot. Okay. I'll come up a little for you here. Keep my head port as you go.
So they got pretty big colonies on some of these smaller boulders, you would think, at some point. I think it's a little risky for them of toppling over, like we've seen at other sites where the colony appeared to get too big for the boulder, and then because they're planar and they're going to provide a big sail to the current, they get knocked over.
I don't know, though. It doesn't have to be a very big rock to be plenty heavy, and it looks the one we just looked at, the holdfast, it didn't look cracked or anything like that. It looks like it just popped off, so maybe, I don't know, does it weather underneath the onto the holdfast and eventually doesn't have the holding power that
just set it on 220.
Because it does just pop it right off.
Do we want to do 0.2 or bump it up to 0.3?
I'm okay with 0.3.
I defer to the pilot's needs.
There's a nice long filament sticking up from the bottom.
Oh, wow, that's a big one.
That is huge.
They're on their way.
I would like to request a ship move of 50 meters.
They'll be here any minute.
Bearing 220.
Based on what Scott said earlier, that is one very big cane.
Yeah. Wow.
He said they would stick up from the bottom with a minor curve in it. But that
is correct. Thanks.
Yeah, it's going to be some really old unbranched isidid, I would imagine.
Bamboo would have been my first guess.
Wow, that's long.
It is.
I'd be surprised if this is not a bamboo coral.
Yeah.
Yeah. That may be the record longest one.
I don't know that I've ever seen one. So how far off the bottom are we?
Cheers. Doing a little bit of a ROV team change out right now, so we're gonna get a chance to look at this enormous single unbranched.
Okay, closer look.
It's a whip coral.
Sure, just to confirm it's a bamboo. Then we'll be looking for nodes along the stock.
We moving.
What about me?
There's a nice little chunk of a pillow lava formation over here to the left.
3 tenths.
Cool.
Okay, you can start to come in video.
Great.
Stand by one. Just getting settled here. Yeah, Brian's coming, Joe.
Cool. Nope, no rush, no hurry. I don't mind. Just watch your little coral sticking right below your heel there. It's pretty far from you. Just
okay.
If you go down, keep your eye out.
Keep coming in video. I copy that.
Very good.
T+.
It's a possible node right there. Not really sure.
Drifting off of
Maybe not, but.
So this is a bamboo. You can see it's got those sort of volcano-like polyps again. The tissue is kind of thick. I'm not certain. We would call this a genus Lepidisis, but after Abula Point and Les Watling finish with their descriptions, this will go into a new genus, I think.
Yeah, thanks, Scott.
Keep coming if you have a video.
Full zoom.
Okay. We'll walk it down to the right here.
Yeah, let's maybe get the lasers on the base and see.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, come wide if you want to do that. Might have to move around here. There's a coral right underneath me.
Okay.
One thing about that colony is that all but one polyp seems to be retracted, so I don't know if something has disturbed it.
Yeah.
There's the lasers on the base.
Yep.
Anything else here, Chris?
No, I think that'll do it. It's just we're just stunned by how long this is.
We can go out and get the tip.
Which you are.
In a zoom.
So, pilots, can you, since you guys
it's incredible.
The thing is that if you climb up this coral, you're going to find some giants at the top of this thing. You've got to be really careful.
The undersea beanstalk here.
Yes.
Can somebody give me an estimate of how long this thing actually is? Do you have an altitude instrument on your ROV, or do you guys just make a guess based on
coming up, pilot?
We can give a guess there.
More than 4
got
meters.
A target about 15 meters out from Sirius.
15 meters out. Copy.
Okay to zoom?
Negative.
Okay, no worries.
Pilots, we have a ship moving.
Copy that.
So, Scott, what's the longest you've seen these Lepidisis at?
I'm looking at it right
pretty
now.
much straight down.
Okay.
Okay.
You getting the hint here, pilot?
Yeah, I am. Okay.
I think the longest one that we've collected was
come wide video.
3.5 meters, maybe. I don't remember if we got a longer one than that.
That sounds about right for me. I don't think I've ever seen one much longer than that.
Okay.
The ones I'm talking about are shallower, but still.
Watch leads, we probably call that 2.2 meters.
Really, just 2.2 meters. Okay.
Well, you shouldn't have asked, because we all would have thought it was longer than that. If
well,
you hadn't asked, you ruined it.
Hey, man, that's why I asked, because it's very hard to tell sizes underwater.
Well, that's just vertical height.
Yeah, that's just out
quite a bit longer.
Okay, all right, thank you. That helps.
That's 2.2 meters straight up from the bottom. That doesn't account for the oblique angle in which it's hanging.
Exactly.
Right. Thank you.
But, next time, just let our speculation lie.
Okay.
Chris. We'll remember it as being. I mean, Scott suggested 4 meters. I like that number. That was a better number.
Okay, I'll sit quietly over here, Chris.
No, I think 4 meters is still probably pretty accurate. If that thing had about a 4-degree angle of departure from the seafloor, and if it's 2.2 meters straight up at the tip, I would say that the hypotenuse of that triangle is probably 4 meters plus.
I'm with Brian on that one.
Okay, I get it. They're
move complete.
They're applying math, so it was good.
I mean, that looks about right to me too.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. All right. We feel better. Then I guess we can measure a few other things.
Okay.
Co-pilot, are you okay with that target that was in sonar? Ready for another move?
Yeah.
It looks like it's getting pretty narrow, the ridge here. Is that what we're on? Is this a narrow ridge, or is this just a high mound?
We're on a pretty narrow ridge.
The Fledermaus.
To the Fledermaus.
Looks pretty narrow.
50 meters at 230.
I don't know if you noticed there may have been a Calyptophora-like fan that was just passed on the lower left.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out for those. Yeah, I was looking at the nav screen there for a moment.
They increased to 3/10. Would you guys like to bring it back to 0.2?
It's up to you, Chris. I thought 0.2 worked pretty well. It gave us time to look at stuff.
Bridge, ROV nav. Yes, ship move, please.
I think I just saw Piranapathies. Yeah,
50
to
meters,
the left,
230,
yeah, to the left corner,
0.2 knots.
Get that. Yeah, I think it is too. Wonder if it's going to be a Piranapathies or something.
Where's that watch lead?
It's near the center bottom to the left a little bit.
Okay.
That sort of brownish-looking thing that almost blends in.
I don't remember if it was heteropathy or something.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Ah, see it. Okay.
Ship move in.
Gonna come in video. Hold there. Okay, keep coming. I'm a little ways off.
No worries.
Come wide. Come wide.
What do you think, Scott?
Let's try to get a better shot here. Watch lead.
Okay, yeah.
Well, it's definitely a black coral. I can't remember the genus name now. If it was heteropathies, I don't think that's chrysopathies. No, I think it might have been heteropathies, but I'd have to dig back into the earlier event logs to find out.
Some better light.
It sounds familiar to me too.
You want to come in video? I'm going to take my camera co-pilot. I don't know if they want to zoom anywhere, but you can.
You got it.
Is that full zoom video?
Nope, not quite. I need to tilt down just a bit.
Coming down.
Great.
Coming back up.
Watch leads nav. An update. We have 1 hour and 40 minutes. It's 1 hour 40 minutes.
Okay. Well then, guess this is an unusual zoom, but yeah, maybe we can focus on getting a little more distance for some of the remaining time here. But this is an unusual one to document.
Any place in particular you want to take a look, Watchley?
No, I think that's good enough. I think Daniel Wagner, who was here last cruise, was the one who really knows these pretty well, since he's working with a guy from Tennessee on this group. I think Scott's right in heteropathies.
You're going to have to get moving pilot pretty soon anyway.
Go ahead.
Is that heteropathies?
Yeah, well, just put question mark heteropathies, because I remember that being as a potential one that we might have collected.
Got your camera back.
Copy that.
Okay. And heading should be towards the direction of travel.
Okay.
Starting to pick up some stuff in the.
Let's get out ahead here.
Thank you.
Hey, Chris, thanks for picking up a rock.
We got two of them, Mike. We got one in the beginning of the dive as well.
Great news.
Yeah. So, Mike, we had a pretty good coral dive here today. There's a lot of pillow lava up further on, and now we're sort of in an area where there's a little bit more unconsolidated, some sediment and some talus and so forth here. But again, we've got that situation where we've got a lot of this sediment and these broken rocks right at the very sharp ridge crest, which is pretty curious to me again.
Strange pattern in that rock there. Looks like a wheel.
You have a beautiful pillow cross-section in the center of
Yeah.
where you can see radiating cracks. So that's just a classic pillow structure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been talking about that as we've been going along.
So we're slightly over the side of the crest. You can see some of the corals dip down a little bit. So I wonder if we could try to stay a little bit closer to the top of the crest, if that's possible.
Yeah, Chris, we can't. I'm just exploring while I'm waiting.
Oh, okay.
For Sirius to catch up.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure. We'll get
Chris,
back up there.
concerning the sediment, does D2 have the capability of scooping up that stuff?
No, we don't. We probably could have fashioned a sediment scoop if you're in a hurry, but we don't have it right now on the vehicle.
Well, maybe that's something for the future.
Yeah, definitely. So do you think that's just coral sand that could have come from all of these very large bamboo corals, Mike, over time? Or would there be another source of all this sand? I mean, it's just, again, it's very light colored to be basalt grains, isn't it? Or is that other stuff you were talking about that sometimes has been documented here in the Geologists?
Well, I seriously doubt if that's rhyolite, trachyte type volcanic rock. I think it's more likely that it is the coralline material.
I think
but
we
it
could
would
probably
be good
just
to
turn
test the
and go
hypothesis
towards
as well as see how thick it is. Does that represent, millions of years of buildup of coralline material? That would be very nice to know.
Well, one of the great things about this site, Mike, is we found a pretty interesting coral and potentially geologic site, and it's within one transit day of Honolulu. That's both ways, by the way, because the transit back to Honolulu could be done overnight. So there could be some more projects done down here, which is one of the reasons I've been so interested in the Geologists.
Chris, a colleague asked me if you guys are collecting magnetic data when you're out at sea.
No, we don't have a magnetometer. We collected magnetic data again on the Falcor, as you know, but we haven't been collecting any magnetic data on this cruise.
Right, that's what I suspected, and I told him that, but he said he could put a student on this right away if you did have such data.
Yeah.
So it's something to think about for future NOAA cruises. If you're out there doing surveying, a magnetometer as well as a gravimeter would be wonderful to have on board to characterize the ocean floor.
Yeah. So you're hearing the voice of Dr. Michael Garcia with Geology and Geophysics
approaching
Department
its
at
target.
the University of Hawaii.
Another move underway.
It's part of the the School of Ocean and Earth Science and Technology. So he's been fantastic on this cruise and the other cruise on providing geologic interpretation for what we're seeing on these seamounts that are being explored for the very first time. So those of you joining us from the Maui Ocean Center, from the Aquarium of the Pacific, you are seeing a live video feed from the remotely operated vehicle Deep Discoverer that's deployed off of the ship Okeanos Explorer, and we're on Ellis Seamount. We're a little over 2,000 meters down.
Yes, can I get a ship move, please?
And this is the first time
50
anyone
meters
has ever been on the Seamount.
250,
so it's pretty exciting.
0.2 knots,
really beautiful
50 meters.
Community of deepwater corals and sponges. We're surveying a ridge that's running off of this seamount.
Good copy, Bridge.
And so it's not too far from Honolulu, and hopefully there'll be some other visits here to follow up.
Move my heading 20 degrees.
Because we're just scratching the surface here with this one dive.
Copy that.
We're hoping it'll stimulate follow-up now that people actually know that there's something here and something potentially very, very interesting. There's a big Bolosoma sponge over on the right. This would be the Bolosoma species 2, the one that's got the yellow stalk to it.
I can come down.
Tug for you.
You want to stretch a little bit?
Yeah, come down just to.
Show me.
You're at 25. That's
Is it species B
25.
or species 2? I sometimes. It's the second one.
Okay.
What is
Well,
it,
then
the alphabet or the number?
2
I think it's
B.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. We'll figure out what it is later.
You have to unfortunately use numbers and letters when the species has not been described yet.
Should give you a little more leash, pilot.
okay, thanks.
Interesting thing about many of the corals you're seeing here, and also the sponges here in Hawaii, is that a very large number of them have not been described. They do not have solid names at the moment. So there's this little stalk sponge you're seeing in the middle here. It's called Caulophacus caulodiscus, and that's the subgenus, but it has no species name because it's an undescribed species. The Bolosoma, that one there, the really big one, on the right, it's the same thing. It's species B because it's been collected, but so far it has not been described yet. And there are actually over 40 undescribed species of deep water sponges in the Hawaiian archipelago. So there's a couple of us that are working on that, trying to correct the decision amongst all the other stuff we have to do. And then there's a other group that's working on these corals, among them Dr. Scott France, who you heard his voice today, Dr. Les Watling, Dr. Amy Valco-Taylor from Florida State, Les Watling from the University of Hawaii, and Scott France from University of Louisiana at Lafayette. So a lot of work to be done down in these depths. Well, this is a farnematid sponge, probably in the genus Poliopogon, that white one that's sticking up the center.
Do you want to take a closer look at that, Chris? Or?
Maybe a snap zoom as we go by it.
Sure.
Yeah, so we've seen one of those before on this transfer.
Yeah, I've got them recorded.
Yeah.
Okay, video. Let's just get a snap zoom here.
Sure thing.
Well, he's definitely fairly matted, and almost certainly he's going to be a Poliopogon, but he's definitely looking a little different. How about the base? Could we take a look at the base of him?
Sure.
This one's going to have a very, very small fringe, but it's there. And you just barely see it right here, which is one of the characteristics of the family Pharenematidae. There's also a couple of other sponges, euplectellids, or certain types of euplectellids that also have that fringe. Interesting thing about these sponges is that they have very unique colony morphologies, but they also have very unique microscopic morphologies as well. Their skeleton is composed of tiny particles
like
of silica, which are called spicules.
Right next to it. Yeah.
And this particular family, the Pharenematidae, is, in fact, the whole order that it belongs to is characterized by having a very distinctive spicule called an amphidisc. And the amphidisc looks like 2 umbrellas that are connected by their hook ends or their handles. So you have an umbrella on each of the 2 ends, and a very unique spicule. When you see that, you can definitely rule out a lot of other sponges. You can narrow down its identity. That looks like a tiny pycnogonid down there. Did you see that?
No, I didn't. Yeah, video saw that.
Yeah,
So
right to the left of the sponge. The baby pycnogonid, I think.
Sorry, video.
No problem.
Rocking and
Coming
rolling.
out in a bit.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you want to take a closer look at that watch lead? Or?
No, I think we could go ahead and push on, given that we have an hour and 30 minutes or so to try to make waypoint 3.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Just thinking about we're interested in deploying a lander in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands to look at the currents. And in this situation, if you wanted to put it on the ridge here, it'd be a pretty narrow area to get the absolute ridge. You could easily find yourself on one side or the other.
Right, depending on how the currents would be. Well, you could maybe find a little bit flatter area along the ridge, just looking at the topography here, the seamount.
We chose the most narrow ridge that we could find. So.
Yeah, I mean, someplace right in here, but that might give you weird recordings in that little hollow there on the ridge, or on the seamount.
Now, you'd want it up where it'd be, where you can see it.
Yeah, maybe something like there. You might have a better chance of getting it.
Yep.
We're just looking at the Fledermaus display of the topography of the seamount. That was actually, it has been mapped before, but it was mapped last night also to get better and higher resolution data. And the mapping team was so efficient last night that they not only got it mapped, but they got the data processed, and it's actually got it into our software this morning.
Oh, nice.
Where we're using it right now to help guide where we are, or help see where we are.
Is that a worm swimming, Tara?
Yeah.
Puppied off on you.
You have done puppied off.
Let's get back.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting into a little more rocky terrain here. I wonder if we're starting to come up on that other little high point. I'll go ahead and update our, I think we are. It's on the side of it.
Ship coming to a stop. Next move is looking
It looks like we're
265.
The little peak that waypoint 3 is just beyond. It looks like that's what we're slowly working our way up
Bridge,
on.
ROV nav.
Right at maybe the base of it.
Yes, ship move.
And we're
50
getting
meters,
more
bearing
coral showing up
265,
again.
2/10.
What is that?
Good copy.
Come snap in
I don't
here.
know
Center.
what that is.
Sponge stock.
An anchor got wedged in.
Hold there.
Looks like something anthropogenic, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know yet. It's a little weird.
No, it's a stump, isn't it?
Is it? Well,
Looks like 2 stumps.
it's growing. It's a stump, all right.
Oh, it's a sponge.
Yeah,
right
there it is.
There's
Yeah,
the
there's.
back there. It looks like a spinal cord or something.
Yeah. It was so square that it looked like it was man-made.
Yeah. Actually, we haven't seen much down here that has been man-made.
Yeah, these little chrysogorgids on the side of it almost look like they could be chrysogorgia stellata. But they could be just small
You come live video?
Yep.
versions of the other ones, but stellata tends to be a more bushy, small bushy chrysogorgia, which that look like.
Did you want to take a closer look at that, Chris? Or?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, we're definitely getting into a little bit, possibly at the base of some higher terrain here.
There'll be an ops meeting in Ford Lounge this time. Ops meeting, Ford Lounge. Going last.
Kind of interesting here. You're not really seeing distinct pillows here. It looks almost like there's almost like sheet flow or something like that. The rock. Wonder if Mike or John would care to comment on this bit of a change in appearance of the rock here.
Tara, if I leave my camera down on the skids for too long, just yell at me.
Great, thanks.
Tend to
Oh, there's a sea star.
look down while we're looking, while we're flying over all these. There's a little fish swimming at the bottom of my screen. You see that?
Where is it? I didn't see it.
I see it.
Come snap it.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, there he is. So a little macrurid, I think, or rat tail. Yep.
Come in more if you have it. Just enough for an ID. That's nice.
Well, we definitely can go to family on him. It's a macruity.
Okay, come on. See if we can get a better shot.
It's fast.
Quick one. Swimming at us.
See if
There we go.
see if Bruce is seeing this. Whether
Yep, he's
he can
already
go.
weighed in and said the same
Oh,
thing
he
that
has.
did, yep.
But not any farther so far, right?
No, nothing yet further.
There was a rock pen on the right, on the rock, just as we were zooming in on this fish.
Yeah, Chris, so this one looks somewhat similar to that round nose species
I think
that we saw
we got
in
enough
Papa
for an ID.
monument on Lake 2 that we were thinking might have been a Trachinurus or Dolichocephalus species, but this looks a little different than what we saw further north. So I can't
There's
really
a starfish back there too.
give
It
a
looks like
guess
some of the others we've seen.
again.
Okay, we'll leave it then.
But Bruce, would you still consider that those are the two potential genera that it could be in, though?
Where's that?
we lost him a little bit. It was breaking up a bit. Got a crinoid down there.
Well, let's keep going up. I think.
Yeah, sounds good.
You can feel it coming, huh?
Yeah.
I just don't like seeing
a little
rocks up ahead.
Holothuridian, yeah.
Not very comforting.
Holothuridian.
Or holothurian.
Okay.
Not sure which is more correct. There's a fish down in the crack there. Can you see that one?
No.
Straight down.
I see.
Yeah. No, if we could get a...
Yeah, we don't have a ton of time. Let's do a zoom
You
here.
can get him.
Sure.
And no, just hold there. I'm trying to walk it in.
Nice.
Just.
Oh, that must be the daddy rat tail.
Well, it's going to be an ophidiid. Maybe the same guy we saw yesterday, but I'm not really sure.
Oh. He's been cut off.
Barricade.
He's going to... Yeah, he's got to turn. Nice. He knows his way around.
Yeah.
Getting some targets and serious sonar. You're going to be coming up.
Copy that.
Pretty
Tell me if I need
far.
to come wide.
I'm 17 meters above you. But they're out there. They're at like 25 meters.
Okay.
These guys don't waste much time on color. They just basically decide I'm going to be a fish.
Turn my heading over there just to look.
Okay.
I'll come right back.
I don't think he knew he was going to be broadcast around the world here. He probably would have put on something a little cleaner, from his closet.
Okay, come on, video.
Nice flying.
All right, I'm back on
We're
the
getting
direction
into
of
this
travel.
really pretty, very rugose terrain again, just like that other little peak that we were on.
So
we've
we're
got
coming
these
up on
directions
the peak,
265.
Yeah, this little peak right here.
Thank you, Nav.
I think we're running up like this, coming out on it.
And only about 5 more meters in the move.
Copy that.
So still lots and lots of icidid or bamboo corals all over the place. Clearly the numbers have increased dramatically now that we're getting into this more bedrock type of substrate. All again facing perpendicular to the line of the ridge, so they're oriented to presumably intercept things coming through the water as it crosses over the side of the ridge.
Move is complete.
Copy that.
Ready for another?
I'm ready.
Yeah, we're ready.
All right, another
And we're
50
ready.
meters.
50?
50 meters, yeah. Heading now will be roughly 275.
275, aye.
Bridge, ROV nav.
Yeah,
Yes, ship move, please. 50 meters, that's 50, at 275 degrees, 0.2 knots.
On some of this harder rock here than we saw in the last couple places that we've been.
Good copy, thanks, Bridge.
So we saw lots of examples of the pillow basalt, in different places. These larger features up here, they seem to be bigger pinnacles, bigger features, and they all are on the high points, which means I guess they just erode way slower. But is there something different about it?
There's a fish there, yeah. I don't know what's going on here with these blocks. I was hoping that maybe we could get some commentary from one of the geologists calling in.
Okay, keep coming. Yeah.
Looks like it's that same thing that could be the Trachonurus or the Malacocephalus, although he's a little bit lighter color, and the dorsal fin looks a little different.
Yeah. Copy that.
Maybe he's the same thing.
Okay, you can keep coming in if you got it. We'll try to track him.
Let me do the camera. Behaving pretty well.
Yeah. Come back in.
Coming up just touch.
Yeah. Oh, perfect.
I'm going to follow him.
Just get him in the light a little.
Yeah, he's getting a little too high. Getting a little hot. Very nice, Chris.
If we would just sit still.
Bump your left toe here.
Yeah. Okay, let's let him
So
go.
is
Nice.
Bruce waiting on
No, we've been
camera back.
conference room. We're out of
Oh, we're out of the conference room?
Yeah,
All right, up and over, up and over.
Chat room anyway.
Yeah, so I was just typing that it looks like it might be the same species that we saw before. Can't quite tell. It had some interesting sort of sculpturing or bones around the head that might be useful. But I can't say right now what it was. The video is going to be great, though, for working with this back at in the video lab to come up with an identification. Unfortunately, some of the characters for this group are things like the presence or absence of a light organ on the belly and the number of bony supports under the gill cover, the branchiostical rays, and some of the things we can't see from video. So we're going to have to try to do the best we can. But it'll be an interesting puzzle to work on and see what we can come up with.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. And that's the voice of Bruce Mundy, who's with NOAA Fisheries Science Center. And he's one of the premier fish experts here in Hawaii and in the Pacific. And he's been helping out a lot with our fish identifications here on the cruises, so I really appreciate it. I'm just not, I wonder if we can induce John Smith to call in. And John, call in.
Wow,
what are we looking at here? We need some help. Mike might have stepped out here, but we need some help on what type of substrate we're looking at. It doesn't look pillowy to us. So call in. And if not, I mean, he's got the office right next to mine, so I'll do something. I'll do something to his office. I'll go shuffle papers or something when he's not there. If he doesn't call in.
I didn't realize you were such a cornerstone of finesse.
The geologist has stepped out for now, Chris. I don't think they're back till for another hour or so.
All right, well, I'm still going to shuffle papers on his desk for stepping out.
Well, what is it that struck you about looking at those? I mean, I saw that they were turned into blocks with channels between them, and it looked like a fractured monolith.
Well, this just doesn't look like pillow lava, you know, so the other thing that Mike had pointed out yesterday is the vesiculation in the rocks that we were seeing, which indicates that they were either they could have been close to the surface or perhaps even above the surface, I suppose. I don't really know when they erupted. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about it. And you know, typically you get pillow formation when it's erupting below water.
On the left side of that. So.
This doesn't look pillowy to me. That's all. I wanted to get his take on why the rocks look like kind of regular rocks that you'd see if you're going up on the trails here off of Hawaii, not something that you'd see down in deeper water.
Well, we are 1,000 meters deeper than we were yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So
yes, that's right.
That's true.
So again, dominated by isidids. That's most of the corals you're seeing. There's some Pleurogorgia pinnata sort of spread out between these, and occasional Iridogorgia magnispiralis. Somehow managing to find a little space there.
I saw another heterognathes tucked down in there, Chris.
Oh, you did? Ah, okay. There's the rocks again at the Brazingid sea star up on his little perch. Oh, that looks a bit pillowy down there. That one right lower center, yeah, looks like it could be. And those look like pillows up in the top too, so maybe it's just, yeah, I guess these are pillows, but they're pretty massive pillows if that's what they are. Oh, there's a whitefish, yeah. I wonder, an idea about this one already. But I'm going to quiz Bruce on this one.
Start to come in, Tara. Can you hold there? It's not cooperating.
So this is a Castile. It's a little bit, quite a bit different from the other ones.
Okay, to zoom a bit more, Pilot?
You can clearly see the pelvic fins that are reduced to filaments coming off of the bottom. This is much paler than the other one. It has an interesting morphology just in front of the anal fin on the bottom. I kind of wonder if this might be in the family Baphididae in the genus Diplocanthopoma, a different family. They're live-bearing Castile. I wish the fish would turn so we could see the whole thing all at once. But it looks very different from any of the other Castiles that we've seen.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. I'm glad I didn't hazard a guess because I wasn't anywhere near what you're saying it was. Actually, I thought it was, from a distance, I thought it could be something that I'm familiar with, but once we got closer, it's not. There he goes. He's starting to turn.
You take my camera, co-pilot.
Yeah, Chris, I'm open to suggestions and any improvement on what I'm guessing.
Went up a little.
They're all just guesses. So what did you think?
Well, he looked similar to a picture in the gallery, and that's all that was going on. And I thought it actually had a name, and it didn't. It just has Ophidiidae. So, so I thought I'd recognize him just from the picture. But you know, I would agree that it could be perhaps either a Bathetid or a Ophidiid.
Maybe tend toward that sort of protuberance, the odd structure around the cloaca, just in front of the anal fin, which some of these live-bearing Baphidids have. I'm not that familiar with this group. Andrea Quattrini is familiar with it from the Atlantic. But the interesting thing is if it's this genus Diplocanthopoma, They're only known
You
in
got your
Hawaii
camera back?
from specimens that floated to the surface
Come on
off
up,
of lava
quick.
flows
Didn't hear
at the
Pilot.
Big Island
okay.
During the 1950 eruption of Mount
Maybe move a little bit
Mauna
to your
Loa.
left. Might be
So
overhung.
there's very little known about these things, not even the depth at which they live here in Hawaii. It's a real mystery. One of the species was identified as something described from the Indian Ocean, and William Gosling, the ichthyologist who worked on them, couldn't even put a species name, wasn't even willing to describe
be
a
good
new
there.
species for the second one that was found off the lava flows.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. So that whole family or group of fishes, perhaps in multiple families, there is a real problem here, because it just even though we can get images, they're just almost impossible
The next move
to
will be
identify without a
265.
specimen in hand. So they're going to remain mysterious for probably a long time.
And just one final
Let me know when
thing.
you're comfortable,
It looks somewhat
co-pilot.
similar to the phytid that we filmed down in the Line Islands on Hurl submersible dives. And Jorn Nielsen in Copenhagen, who's one of the world experts on this group of fish, identified that one as a Diplocanthopoma species. So that's one of the reasons why I'm throwing out that genus as a possibility.
Okay, thanks, Bruce. I'm writing that down.
How are we looking, co-pilot?
Good.
Ready
A lot
for
better.
move?
All right, Nav, what was the vector?
It's going to be 265, 50 meters.
265.
Again, really
Sounds good.
pretty
You ready,
community
pilot?
here.
Yes, that sounds good, sir.
No more fish.
Roger that.
I like fish.
No fish for you.
What about shrimp?
He's
All
really
right,
asking
shrimp,
for
sure.
it.
We're gonna let him.
Bridge, RV Nav.
Bobby already got that guy.
Yes, a ship move, please. 50 meters, 50.
Bobby already got that guy.
Yes, a ship move, please. 50 meters, 50,
Pretty
bearing
interesting wall up, straight
265,
ahead and to your left.
0.2 knots.
Is it one of them on the right much bigger than the rest? Or I guess not, it's the same size, it's just a perspective. It's about the same size as the rest.
Good copy.
The coral colony.
Yeah.
So, of course, one of the questions that was posed on a number of dives ago was, and this was off of a seamount up in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands monument to Papanaumokuakea Marine National Monument, is that a similar type of community like this had a very uniform size of colonies, and therefore, what exactly occurred. We weren't seeing that many smaller ones. So was it one gigantic recruitment event, or, in this case you're getting a mishmash. I think in this case you actually have more different species here than you did up there. They're all very similar, whereas these are superficially similar, but then there's a bunch of things going on in there, so can't really say that. But they did have a good point. It's another hypothesis to how you get these dense communities formed, whether or not it's a pioneer colony that starts everything out and then they manage to spread out from there, or whether or not there's just a whole pulse of these things that all come and settle all at once. And it's one of the things we're trying to figure out.
Guess we're at the top there, huh? Couldn't tell the relief on your screen.
Wow. No, that's a scene.
That is great.
That's just sort of amazing. mile below the surface. In a temperature that's now about 2 degrees Celsius. Pressure is over 3,000 psi down here, completely dark. And yet you can have this incredible community that we're seeing right now, which I described recently as a deep sea city, because the density was so high, and there was such a nice diversity of different species that were there. It's one way to sort of look at them. It's a little bit of an odd way to describe them, but the fact is you've got these mega communities that appear to go on for kilometers in length down here, hidden from view, that nobody knows about. And I suppose it's a way of raising awareness of
give you a little more leash,
these communities.
Stick.
Not only through what we're doing here today, is just broadcasting the video out in real time.
Come up this way.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of these geologists, seamounts are not your normal seamount. They're not a peak, but rather a ridge, a sharp ridge that runs for a very long distance. So you might have a lot of this.
Yeah, these seamounts are typically around 25 kilometers long, so whatever that is in miles, that's quite a few miles. And the entire summit of that seamount may very well be covered with what we're seeing here today, or not necessarily at the depths, at these particular depths, you know. Because we saw a very different grouping of corals yesterday at a shallower depth at 1,000, but still, there are these amazing communities down here that we're trying to understand. A number of them toppled over here, as you can see. Some of them are clinging on to life. There's a little bit of live tissue on them, and a lot of the skeleton, though, is dead and bare. Oh, look at this.
That's thick.
That's thick.
That really is.
I don't care what you say, I'm calling this a dense community.
It's very dense.
Want to take the skids out there, Tara?
Sure.
Thanks.
A little Caulophacus sponge that we just passed over. Little stock sponges. I'm just sort of taking it all in here. It's
a pretty homogeneous community.
Yeah, very homogeneous.
There's a select group of species that are here, and they occur in numbers.
Yeah. But you're not seeing an enormous variety of different corals here. So again, that's part of the puzzle in understanding what we're looking at and how this formed.
Oh.
How did all of these animals get here, and how long have they been here? Those of you who are just joining us from the Maui Ocean Center or from the Aquarium of the Pacific or from your home or somewhere else, welcome. You're being treated to a live broadcast from the ROV Deep Discoverer deployed off of the ship Okeanos Explorer. We are on a seamount called Ellis Seamount, about 100 miles south of Honolulu, and we're at a depth of about 2,000 meters down below the surface, well over a mile. And we have discovered today for the first time a rather amazing community of deep sea corals. This community was unknown until this morning when we actually landed on the site. No one has ever dove before on this particular seamount, so this is all new, and you are seeing it right along with us in real time. And we're having some of these silent moments that are just appreciating what we're seeing here, just stunned by the size of these corals and the beauty of the corals and this whole community that we're looking at, and how dense the population is here on the top of the seamount. So hopefully you're enjoying it as much as we are.
So you see the dead sponge stalk over there with what is growing on the top of that? First I thought, it's like Paragorgia from shallow water, but that can't be that. So what's that growing off the top there?
It's over here, right in the top center.
Right. Is that another sponge?
Well, it could be, yeah. That's a Cheetah pleura, the sponge that's growing on it, and he seems to have settled the stalk and landed on the stalk, and now he's...
So this sponge has settled on a dead sponge stalk and is taking advantage of the height afforded by that dead stump.
It's either that or that sponge stalk used to be this species, and it started to regrow after it broke off.
Okay, now if you went to the
left,
which
is possible.
If you look to the left, where you were giving the introduction or the update there, on the far left there was a huge
Ship
sponge,
move complete.
dead sponge sitting down in that void. Do you think it came from this stump?
Not sure.
Yeah.
Could we zoom in on that the green zoanthids in the background there that are over?
Sure.
That
Come
coral?
on video.
In the upper left area.
Yeah.
You're talking about being on the bamboo.
Well, this one right here,
right. It's spreading all over the colony.
It's a little hard to get in there. These corals are so dense, but that's got a lot of them on there. That's pretty interesting. It could be these some type of yellow zoanthid that was overgrowing.
Watch that sponge.
Also, there's some sea stars there that would be worth zooming on too. Look at the size. Look at the height of this colony over here on the left.
Huge.
Holy cow!
Yeah. Makes me wonder. Yeah.
I'm looking straight down, pilot.
Okay.
Ship move is stopped. Or complete. Ship move is complete. Ship is stopped.
This place is just something else.
Okay, come in video.
So it's getting overgrown by something, some type of zoanthid. Or is it?
It looks to me like it got eaten and left and fouled.
But it looks like it's on a different colony or a different branch at least, and those are gooseneck barnacles on it, the hydrozoans.
It's a mix of things.
Oh, it looks like the chat room
down.
just came.
Oh, was it
no, it
back
just
up?
came back.
Oh, good. Wow, it came back in a big way. There's a whole bunch of stuff here.
Scott mentioned that the black corals might be, instead of heteropathes, trisopathes. So I'm going to go ahead and make that change. Thanks, Scott.
Let's see this one over here.
These polyps, these yellow polyps, look more like little anemones than zoanthids.
Yeah, because they're not interconnected as.
Well, we saw this before, right, Scott? I think toward the end of the cruise.
Yeah, we did see so much as I wasn't sure if Frank just said they were interconnected or not interconnected, but that would be a key. But those ones that we saw before that were yellow, it was the same thing. We had to.
I'm looking at these, and I'm not seeing the interconnections. Are you seeing that, Chris?
Well,
So
I think Scott's point last time when we saw these is they were buttoned up. They were so dense on there that you couldn't really tell whether they were connected or not.
But in this circumstance, they're not that dense. And I'm wondering if you can make it out.
I don't know. This it could be separate here. I'm looking at the one on top.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. There's a couple down below that look a little like it, too.
Yeah.
So Scott may be right.
Well, there are these things over here to the right, I think, could be zoanthids.
To the right?
Yeah, to the.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a white
It's just for comparison, because there's something else growing on the bamboo to the right. Yeah, these other white ones. Yeah, these white ones right here.
I mean, here you've got bare skeleton, right? And you don't have anything growing on it. It looks like it's fouling. So it looks like something denuded it, and then
got a bunch of things that have colonized.
Yeah, a bunch of things have taken advantage of the open space to live up in the water column.
Could we take a look at the crab to the right if we have a second? I think Mary would probably appreciate
Come
that.
a little wide, Tara.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right there. That's the guy.
I see.
Stand by one video.
Copy that.
Again, I guess what this is illustrating, in addition to just being really interesting, seeing a variety of different animals, is illustrating the fact that these corals are so important to the community down here, because there's a lot of animals that are growing on them and depending on them.
Yeah.
We keep harping on this message, but it's really true. I don't think you can harp too much on that. That they're providing structure and they're doing all types of things, and you've got a lot of animals that are living on these corals.
I'm in auto heading. I'm gonna walk it over there.
Copy it.
Okay, keep coming.
Full zoom.
Copy.
Just so you know, pilot, I have gone past you. I'm going to spin and look at you.
Okay.
I think we're
So
settling.
I don't know if I can break out Mary's key. This could be embarrassing, and see if I can figure out what that guy is from her key. You can't read very well under here. Get this light on somewhere.
I'm way above you.
Yeah.
Mary Wickstein from Texas A&M trying to help educate us a little bit on these creatures. Sent me this little brief key.
Full way.
I should have noticed his eyes. I forgot. She told me this yesterday about the eyes, and I forgot it. My best guess would be some type of a chirostylid, because you've got some, they live on anthozoans, or these corals, and also there are some very spiny ones. So it would be right there.
So that's going to be, they're treating it as a squat lobster, or they?
Yeah, it's in the squat lobster group. Yeah.
Okay.
I think the name squat lobster comes from the fact that they tuck their tails underneath them.
Yep.
So
Yeah, they bring the whole telson up, and it's looks like a crab, except that it's a wide tail.
So we're having a bit of a ROV team change out right now, which is why we're drifting a little bit as everybody changes chairs and one group comes in and the other departs for a break. So I'll take a moment to see where we are in the Fleeter Mouse 3D display here.
Hey Todd, I'm coming. I see that you've turned to face me.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going any further west.
Okay.
Looks like we're at the top of this thing.
Okay.
We'll have to discuss with Watchleys where we're going next. I think you're basically at the pinnacle now, or nearabouts. There's nothing on sonar out there.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So here we are at the top, I believe.
Okay, according to the Fleeter Mouse display, we are right on the very top of this particular point.
Now, is that the
pinnacle.
highest point on
Yeah.
this seamount?
No, it's not the. I don't think it's the highest
It's
point.
just the highest
yeah.
point on our transect.
Right,
Zoom out
on this
just a
particular
whisker.
area that we chose.
And we chose this because it
If
had
you have
a
an
nice
opinion of where
narrow
we go
ridge
next, I
for
wanna
us to
see-
run along because
see
we're
the
looking at
overview on
ridges on this
high-pack.
strip.
That's
and
right.
Comparing ridges across different depths.
Yeah, and we're looking at, we had 3 different depths on these particular seamounts, so we chose one closer to 3,000, 2,700 meters.
you zoom
We had
out on
one at
high-pack?
1,000 meters
Yeah, of course.
yesterday, and
Sorry,
this
not
is
hear me?
splitting the two
Couldn't
right
hear
around
you before. I
21.
can hear you better now. I
Kiss
turned
the
you
mic.
back up.
2,100 or
Careful kissing
2,100
that mic.
meters.
Dave was coughing on it all morning.
Lovely. Yep. So,
I don't remember what the oxygen level was when we were at
it'd be nice not to do a
meters, do you?
Yeah, it
big
had gone
downhill
back
run.
up close to 4. It was
Yeah,
around
another-
3,
another
shift to
3.76
downhill.
or
But they already
so.
came
So
from
here's
up there.
3, and then yesterday when we
Yeah.
were
Oh,
at
no.
the shallowest depth,
Yeah.
it was 1.5.
1.5, right.
And that's the oxygen minimum zone for Hawaii.
That's like 80
that
meters
general
down
area.
to that saddle
Well,
to our
the real
southwest.
minimum is probably around 750 to 800
vertically.
meters.
750
And
to
it
800.
We
it'd
have
get
like
below
45
actually
minutes
1,
left,
it'd
maybe.
be around
Is that
0.7,
right?
0.8.
Yeah.
And so we had actually started to come back up yesterday because we were a little bit below that.
So 2,700, it was 4. Okay.
Yeah.
Do the watch leads realize that?
I think they're aware. Watch leads, you know what the schedule looks like today, right?
Right.
Okay.
So it looks like we're not that far from waypoint 3. We definitely wanted to get the peak of this pinnacle, which we're on right now. So, and I've been told that our leave bottom time is 2:20. Is that still correct?
Yeah, if that's what you were told, I would. I'll double check here. Time off bottom. Yep, 220.
Yeah. It's measuring out on Fleeter Mouse. We're only about 74 meters from waypoint 3. If we have some
Yeah,
time, we can certainly go beyond it. That isn't a magic point, but it looks like we're going to at least make waypoint 3 on this, which is good. That
Yep.
was our.
Yep, right on target. That's great.
Probably just inch our way there.
40 minutes left of bottom time.
It's Isadella colony right here. Scott was explaining to me the way you can tell them apart on the last cruise. So you can clearly see the difference between the branching of these. And if you look closely, you can see it's branching from the node.
So it branches from the node, but if there's the inner node, it's keratoisis, right? And if it's the node, it's...
Well, see, that's a little more, I think it's a little more complicated than that. And there's some other groups, Jasonisis and ectomysis, and there's orstomysis. And it's we used to have a very
It's a really
simple,
funny-looking wiggle, isn't it?
Yeah,
used to have a very simple little scheme for isidids, and unfortunately they've dove into it and found out it's far more complicated than we thought originally.
I had to, my way of even when I was identifying something as a bamboo, I knew I was identifying it wrong. And having talked to Les, I now realize that once they get it all nailed down, maybe I'll try and figure it out for real.
Josh, now that you walked away from me a little, I'm going to come back down.
Copy.
Give you a little tether because you're right at the edge of your tether
Yeah,
scope.
I saw that. I was just pushing it a little
I've
bit.
got a bit to come down now that the tether's not right. Fouling me up.
Headed back from whence you came, maybe? Seems.
So we see a lot of invertebrates, and we see starfish, and we see crustaceans.
Seems like we'll
Certainly
want
we
to
see the
gradually go
ophroids.
southwest towards
We
waypoint
haven't seen
3,
a lot of
right?
fish.
Yeah.
We've seen a few though.
They've
You want to
been-
come back
they're
around to
represented.
220
Probably
and lead
should
Josh
be in
that
a hurry
way.
to get there because then we'll just
I'm
be
gonna
asked
have
to
to
continue downhill.
Gonna have to back down.
Yeah, which we got really good at yesterday, Josh.
Yeah.
But you know what?
It's a little more rugged than yesterday's terrain, though.
Yeah, I don't know if... Yeah, you're on the pinnacle now. So you have to, like...
Just back
backwards down, or maybe side shift down the hill.
Yeah, that or we can just run to waypoint 3 and then walk back up to the pinnacle.
That would be awesome. We could just do that.
So that sponge is a saccocalyx.
Or maybe even a little
there.
land down here,
We
and then run our way up
once
again.
before.
I don't know. I don't know how much time. I have to figure out how much time we have. Let's see, at point 2.
So saccocalyx has got all of these little projections coming off of the side of it where you have oscula right on the top of them. And it has a main osculum right on top. It's a stocked one, so it's very distinctive stock sponge.
250.
And this one here we just call saccocalyx CF, or close to pedunculus, because it resembles
Yeah.
a known species
So
in that genus.
I think in 40 minutes we could drop down to here with one quick move.
Half
and then,
Would you like a partial?
Yeah, at a half knot, and then scurry our way up. Scurry our way up.
Or even a knot. Basically, how much of a move would that
Yeah,
be?
come
Like
on
a
in video.
100-meter move
100-meter move.
at a knot. They're pointed right at it. They shouldn't have trouble making it.
Well, at a knot, around 1. We'd be there in less. I'd be in there in 8 minutes. Oh no, wait.
Call it 10 by the
100.
time they get up
See
to
that?
speed.
We'd be there. We'd
see all the
take
way
2 or
through
3
it.
minutes to get
Get a
there
little
at 1 knot. At a half knot, it would be twice that,
And we
obviously.
could just
6 minutes.
stay up off the bottom and then bounce
Get to
down
zoom
once
in
it
on the-
settles.
Yeah.
The little
So just
peep,
stay off the
the
bottom,
peephole.
drop down right here,
With a sponge
So-
like this,
and then
but-
walk up it.
you're
By the
doing
time we
most of
do
your
it and
collection
settle,
at this end of the
we're going to
sponge,
kill
and then you're
10 of
adding
our
to the stock
35
end to
minutes.
increase your overall length.
Depending on
Is
how
that
fast we
it
go.
works?
I don't
Is
know
that all we
how
have
it
left?
works,
Is
actually.
35
I
minutes?
mean,
Yeah. Conservatively
otherwise,
speaking,
I mean,
we
if
would
this
kill
was forming,
Yeah. Okay.
Probably
Well,
otherwise then
I
you
was
have to
banking.
grow
I don't know why I was
up
still
into the
banking
water
on
column,
40.
Then create this collection. That's the thing I have a hard time about.
Yeah. So at a
I don't think
at
the sponges
two-
just have a
two-
lot of
or another
flexibility
hour
as
and
far as
20 minutes.
adding to their,
at 2:10, we can make 200 meters in a
stock.
half hour.
Maybe they do. They add it to the stock on the back end.
Yeah,
of
on
this
the
thing.
back end of it.
Yeah, at the back end of this.
Yeah, so
collection.
as the ball
Like
is getting
this
larger
height.
and larger as they're growing, they're probably putting down more, fusing
But
more
at-
spicules to form the
So this
stock.
stock just sliding
So at
down.
a-
Right.
Yeah.
Or we could just
So
But
sometimes
that would cut
Yeah.
10 minutes off. It would
sometimes
take
what you
22
see
minutes
is
of moving
the actual
to
stock
do
near
to
where,
jump down and come back
where
up.
it's attached to the substrate.
If
It
that
can
makes
actually
sense.
be thinner in
Josh,
some
how do you
cases
feel?
and
So we
thicker
have
near
seen
the
that.
top.
We've seen
Slowly
this
going
one
down
right
the
down
hill
close to the
and
substrate,
stay
so it'll get
attached
the
to the
terminal
wall.
end here
I'm fine
will be
with
that big before it
We should
starts
just do
adding.
that.
I
Just do it
think
really
it
slowly.
would be smaller, and then it's
Wanna
going to
bring my
slowly increase
swing
in
arm
size
back
as
a
it's
little
getting larger. I think so.
Uppers?
Yeah.
But
Just like
I've seen
deploy
some
them
squat
so that
ones
they're-
too that I don't
or
understand
free
whether
man,
it's
I
a different
mean,
variety
do.
where they're about like
What do you
that
think
size
what
on a
this
very
terrain looks
squat
like.
stem. But then, is that a different species?
Yeah.
There's some actually I've seen that look like they don't have a stem at all, but the whole upper part of it looks identical to a saccocalyx. It's just like it's sitting on the seafloor.
I'm going to check him. Does that sound good to you guys? Do you want to try it? I'm going to call up and ask Watch Lead what they think.
I don't know.
Yeah, what were you guys discussing? Or something about dropping down to waypoint 3 and then climbing back up? Something like that, is that right?
Yeah, so we can pretty easily drop down a little bit below waypoint 3, come up to it, and even past it again.
Sure, yeah, why don't we
There's
try
no,
that? If it's-
there's no guarantee we would make a transect all the way back to the point we are now and get all of that, but it would be less awkward flying, and I think you'd get better images of what you're trying to look at.
Okay,
But
let's give it a try.
We're just making sure the timing all works out right now.
Yeah, let's give it a try.
You could even stay in marching configuration and just your
I mean, we
back
could
up
even do
fast.
80 meters or 85 meters and end up right here. Kill less time.
I'm going to do it. We should do it.
Okay, well, let's do it.
Josh?
What's our bearing going to be?
Our bearing will be 220.
220?
Yeah. Comfortable with a half knot?
it not, and just punch it, go blue for a minute.
So now Riddick Magnus Spiralis right here. There's a big sponge. What is that guy?
Okay. Let me know when you guys are ready. I'll call it.
It's potentially some type of big Farid or something, one of these weird Farids down here. So I don't know if you copied all of that on shore, but this is so steep coming back down the side of this little pinnacle feature on the ridge that what the pilot, nav, and co-pilot have decided to do is to actually just head off over to a waypoint that we have that's further down slope. Just go straight into mid-water, not just trying to stay close to the bottom.
Bridge, ROV nav.
And then get down to that particular point and then turn around and
kind of an interesting ship move here
to where we were, so we can actually
we're going to do 100 meters, bearing 220 at 1 knot, please.
Back up to where we left it and be able to see better, and they can move more efficiently. Otherwise, they're going to have to back down this ridge because it's so steep.
That's correct. Thank you, Bridge.
Chris, do we know how long that's going to take? Brian just came in with his class at this very moment.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it was terrible. We just got a bunch of rock people in here. We went in the
dialed
water.
in.
Okay, yeah.
Watch lead.
That's a complication. Did you copy that, pilot?
Yeah.
What's that?
I don't know if you guys copied that, but there's a geology class that just came into the ECC to come in and... Yeah.
Thank you, Bridge. What's that?
Well, how long is this move going to take? There's a class that just came into the ECC, the geology class, and they're wondering, since we just went into mid-water, I guess while we're down there, we can see if we can get that fish.
Yeah, go ahead, video.
Should be 5 minutes.
5 minutes, Scott. I don't know if you caught that, but we estimate 5 minutes.
Oh, well, it's going to take a little while for the ship
We'll be standing by.
Okay, Mike.
So you've got some time, Josh, before you feel the move.
All right.
Go tickle the bottom and
I've got a guess on this one. I think we've seen them before, but I'm going to leave it to our onshore expert. Wow.
It's a neat face.
Yeah, Chris,
Right.
this one looks like
We're off.
something that we saw associated with the bottom on previous dives, and we think it's a Basozetus species. There are a number of species in the genus, and at least one of them is pelagic. So apparently maybe these species can move up off the bottom and into the water
Let me know
column.
when you be able to move to...
Thanks, Bruce.
Roger.
I was actually thinking Basozetus too. The small eyes, a very rounded head. It's a type of a cuskeel, Ophidiidae.
I'll take a look
And
at the
yes, I
bottom
agree.
real
It looks
quick.
like something that we did see before. Yeah, if we could look at the bottom.
Yeah, it's really interesting to have an observation of one up in the water column because, that's a behavior that's known for some of the rat tails in McCurity, but I don't think that's well known for the Ophidians.
It's going to be a couple minutes before we feel it. And then we'll slingshot over there. It'll take a few minutes to settle.
Shift's halfway through.
Come to think of it, Bruce, I don't remember seeing them up in the water column. Now that I'm thinking back, you're right. They're always by the bottom. There.
All right, let's
Yeah,
take
there's
a
a species of
quick zoom here, video.
found up in
Copy that.
northern waters called Basozetus
close
ditch
corals.
and it's darker colored, almost black, but it's thought to be mesopelagic. And then there are a couple of large Ophidian species in the genus Lachulotania, and that genus is thought to be entirely pelagic. So there are some exceptions to the general rule.
Sorry.
No problem.
So given that we've got a bunch of geologists here in the classroom, maybe
They
we
don't
could
wanna see
steal.
coral?
No, probably not.
All right, let's come on out, video.
I can focus on the rock.
I mean, it's a great shot. It's just the timing might have been a little off there for
Yeah.
that shot.
I think they're all enjoying the biology too, so.
You can't see any of the rocks. I mean, there's too many corals in the way.
Islands, they're volcanically active, but the biology was the show stealer. So, yes, we're enjoying the biology.
Okay.
Starting to move, Josh. Just starting to move.
Okay.
Ship going to settle in just about there.
Yeah, pretty close.
Okay.
So, Mike,
Does that look good
we
to
were a
you?
little bit wondering why at the top of this particular pinnacle feature on the ridge, why
100 meters
everything
is
looks
right
so
there.
blocky. You had, if it's pillow lava, it's very indistinct. We saw one place here where we could see what we thought were fairly large pillow formations, but otherwise we're seeing this kind of very solid, almost, I don't know how you describe it, these solid blocks that are not very pillowy. Do you have any opinion on what's going on here, or is...
Okay. Ship is
Chris, I'm sorry I missed that.
hopefully just about done with that move.
But blocky flows can form in various ways. So you could have ponding of a massive flow that would later break up into blocks. So that would be my guess. But you could also have dikes in the interior of the intrusion, or interior of the volcano that now being exposed. So things that are cooled slowly underground might be weathering out here and there.
I see. Yeah, it's very fortunate for the corals because they really prefer this type of this much more solid and uniform substrate. Clearly, we are in areas where we weren't seeing nearly as many of these large blocks and boulders, and the coral density went way down. And then we come up again toward one of these high points, and the corals just reappeared like magic. They were all over it, so they really prefer this type of substrate.
Anything to brighten it up would be good too.
Doesn't look too chunky. Should be able to follow it on the bottom, close to the bottom anyway.
So it looks like the rocks are more or less in place here, so they have a stable substrate in which to grow.
Forward again?
Yeah, that's our guess there.
Get some more light.
And because these colonies are so large, if they are to settle out on a smaller type of a cobble or a boulder, then they risk tipping over, and we've seen that at other places as well. But it may be why...
hey, Chris, this is
yeah, go ahead.
Right in the center there, that lyrate, I think that's a lyrate primnoa. That's the first one that we've seen.
Where is it? Sorry, where is it? Down below?
Is it?
What was that?
We're not sure what you're looking.
You'd have to back up, Chris.
Yeah,
oh, okay. Oh, okay. Sorry.
You passed it already, so it's back in the
turn around.
so don't worry.
Oh, sorry.
Do a slightly different track.
You can spin if you want to look better.
Or not.
So I don't know if you told your class, Mike, that we are currently at 2,064 meters right now on Ellis Seamount, about 100 miles south of Honolulu. And our current environmentals, our temperature is 2 degrees Celsius, our salinity is 34.6 ppt, and our O2 milligrams per liter is just about 3. It's about 2.97.
So watch, this is waypoint 3.
We're at waypoint 3. Great.
Thanks, Chris.
So then we're going to climb back up. Is that right?
There's a fish, but it looks like it might be the similar one.
Where is the fish?
It's just off screen on the left. Right there.
There's another fish. Looks like it's the same character, the Trachonurus malacocephalus. We're not really sure what it is.
We're cruising. Josh. Yep, this is the slingshot part of the move.
We're going to keep our eyes open for a Lyrate Primnoid as well. I think I've missed 2 of them now. So it'd be good to document if the genus Calyptrophora is here at this site. So we're going to see if we can spot one of those before we have to leave bottom. There's a Bathypathes down there. Definitely was Bathypathes. It was not the Stauropathes. I'm almost positive. And that's a black coral.
Surprised I'm not seeing this slope in my sonar.
You are when you turned right there. You're seeing the slope, back up slope.
Yep.
Yeah. Keep coming down. I wonder if we should start getting the ship moving
this
back
is
to the northeast.
Mike. This is sort of what I was talking about. You really don't get a sense of pillow lava in these areas, either above or even in the shapes of the boulders here. It just looks like the type of rocks that you'd see, almost if you were hiking somewhere. That's sort of the way I view it. Just large sort of outcrops or blocks or boulders.
Well, it would be good to see a third dimension, Chris, because they might be wedge-shaped, and we just can't see it very well from just a two-dimensional perspective.
I see.
But you're probably right. They are broken up fragments.
Yeah, but you won't, right? Because of the time constant, the slingshot effect. In 300 meters of water we would, but...
Let's do a partial zoom here video. Nice shot of some rocks.
Great.
So close up, this has got definitely a thicker manganese crust on it than what we were seeing the last 2 days. Mike, I don't know if you saw my email yesterday, but those rocks that we collected yesterday, they had even larger vesicles in them. They were vesiculated, and they had some pretty deep vesicles in them as well, with hardly any manganese coating whatsoever. So they were pretty interesting, and that came from Swordfish Seamount.
Oh, that's great, Chris. I'm glad to hear they have large vesicles. It might mean they erupted fairly shallow,
pretty much,
and younger than we expected.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah.
So I wonder if we could do a quick zoom on that coral right in the center, lower center, right now. I don't know if that's what we're looking at. Could just be an icidid, but maybe it is one of these lyrate primnoids here. Can't really tell from. They look like they're
go ahead,
maybe
video.
too big.
This guy?
Oh no, it is. Is it? Well.
It's got some nice.
Oh yeah, it's got zoanthids on it.
Yeah, Chris, that's a primnoid for sure.
Yeah.
Hold on. Re-steady this up a little bit.
Holding pressure.
So let's see here.
All right, coming in.
This could be similar to the one that we collected at McCall's. And by the way, Scott, I'm pretty sure that was an Arella, that lyrate primnoid that we collected. You know, I was thinking that there was Narella dichotoma there for a while, and I sort of passed on a couple of them. Then we finally got one that we thought was what everyone had been looking at earlier on. when we got it up and just the way it closed up,
Still
even
drifting
looking
up.
at it without the microscope, it sure looked like they were Narella polyps. Definitely not Candidella, which
settle,
is
but I'm still
being
drifting.
discussed a little bit, and I'm fairly certain it was Narella, and it could have been Narella Bower's eye. And I'm wondering if this could be either Narella dichotoma or Narella Bower's eye also.
Also, one thing is it's a planar colony, and the polyps right now are kind of horizontal. I could see that they would point downwards once you preserve them, so maybe that's possible. But I thought those two choices for multi-flabellate, not quite planar like this, but that could be an environmentally induced thing. So you're saying the one we collected looked like this?
Yes, it did, because the polyps are coming out almost perpendicular from the stem, and it was very planar like this. And our examples of Bower's eye are very, very planar in the Hurl Gallery.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Josh, you want to start heading back
I'll
up
have a
slope?
look
I'll go
right
wherever
now
you
in
guys
my
want me to go.
Sure.
040.
So I'm going to go ahead and put potential, primnoid for
Get
sure,
a quick
and
establishing
possible
shot.
Narella species in our logs here.
Great.
Hi, Chris. I'm looking at a photo that's from Bishop Seamount. From 1,260 meters. That looks very similar to this. That is a Narella Bower's eye, so I would buy that.
Yeah, and who could have taken that picture, Scott? You're the only one who's...
Terry Kirby, probably.
You and Terry are probably a couple of the only two people on the planet that have ever been to Bishop Seamount, so I think you're part of that photo.
Where are you heading, Josh?
Oh, there's a
040.
fish down there, an eel.
Okay. I'm coming up since you're rising.
Yep, rising and pushing out. Yep.
That was good.
Now, some more of the Plurigorgia. There's some Chrysogorgia as well. Oh, there's another fish.
Snapper blanket is what Bruce is saying.
That was the other one, but this
Oh,
is
is it?
going to be another ophidiid. I think it's the same guy that we were seeing earlier, or a very similar one. Not the one that was up in the water column, but the one that I think, let's see, Bruce had suggested Diplopomacantha, I think was
Good, Josh.
what he threw out
You
a
wanna
name
fly
that it
low?
could possibly be.
Jeff, you want to
Trying to determine whether it was an ophidiid or a bathydid.
Yeah, Chris, let's wait until we zoom in on this one. This looks darker and different than the other one. And by
Zoom
the
in on
way,
this fish.
Alan Andrews got some screen grabs of that bathydid. Sent them to me. I forwarded them to Andrea Petrini, and she agrees that that was a Diplocanthoma. So that one was different. This one is not the same.
Yeah, this is not the same at all. I agree.
Not being able to see it.
Yeah.
So kind of hard to say from the dorsal view. This could be Bassogygus. I think we've been calling Bassogygus.
Yeah.
Still drifting off to the west a little bit.
The head looks like it's got
Just a little westerly set in my position. Mr. Pilot.
Yeah, copy.
Yeah, if you look, this one doesn't have that peculiar morphology of the cloaca in front of the anal fin, so this one does not look like a bathydid. It looks like an ophidiid.
Okay.
Yeah, come out a little bit. I got a rock right next to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Full wet.
All right, come on in again.
if we can get the front side of this guy.
Copy that.
Hold that. You're good. He's not cooperating.
Chris, as we sit here at the ECC where Jared's playing some highlight video, and one of the things I'm noticing that's different about some of the places we've been to this ridge is that there's very few corals with any color in them. They're almost all white.
Yeah, that's a good point. We have not seen any Paragorgia whatsoever. We have not seen any Acanthogorgia. We have not seen any Corallium. We have not seen any Victorgorgia. Nothing of the more colorful varieties. We've seen none of the colorful stoloniferan octocorals like the Clavularia. So it's a good point. We're missing a whole bunch of deep sea corals at this location. This is really very acidid dominated with some chrysogorgids scattered in between. But
nice follow, Pilot.
Yeah, it's a good
Forward.
point. So I wonder if some of the colorful ones are upslope a bit, like at Swordfish yesterday when we were at 1,000 meters. It was extremely colorful with Canthogorgia and the Anthomuracea and the Victoricordia all over the place. It was just beautiful. This is more stunning from the sheer size of these colonies and the densities. That's what's sort of striking about this spot.
Can we get a look at the spiral colony that's just going off the left?
Off to the left, spiral colony. Let's see. Oh, that one there, the long spiral.
Center screen?
It's keep it still on the left. It's on the left.
I see.
Rittigorgia, is that what you mean, Scott?
Yeah, now that I see it, it's probably a Rittigorgia that's lost its lower branches. Yep, okay,
Yeah.
you can move on.
Okay.
All these big coral make it hard to get close to the bottom.
Yeah, look at this huge sort of block right here. Again, this is just solid bedrock here.
That's a slab, definitely.
Yeah, a big slab of some kind. Got a lot of little starter colonies for the Pleurogorgia too. Got quite a variety of the Pleurogorgias, so you.
That's what you're referring to.
Yeah, these are the smaller ones, and we've seen a lot bigger ones before as well. Yeah, see here it'd be an example of a larger one over here. You can see, so you've got the full range of sizes of those guys here. And also you see the smaller and bigger Rittigorgia too, so got the ranges of those.
Video. We have our tether in a really nice position for me to dip down and get some beauty shots of Sirius. From
Fabulous.
Sirius.
Would you like a
I'm
partial
dipping.
zoom?
Yeah, you can hold it for a second. Let me get a little lower.
Copy that.
And
Yeah, it's
and just don't do anything crazy over there, Josh.
a gorgeous shot.
I'll come up a little bit.
You can just stay there and illuminate that nice big fan. I'm going to center you up on it. That's stunning from Sirius right now.
Yes, it is.
If the sea state behaves, we'll just be able to hold this for a few moments.
There's another brittle star bailing.
Yes, we see that.
Right,
We see
video.
that.
I
seen it a
am
couple
closing
times. What
on
do you think's
D2, so I'm going to hold this for just like another 30 seconds.
The
and
light,
then
and they
back.
just
Bounce back
lose
up.
their grip. And
Okay.
Where do you think they
That
are
is
actually
full
bailing?
wide
I
zoom,
don't know.
correct?
I don't
Yep,
know. It's
full
very
wide.
bizarre.
Yeah, just so you know, Josh,
The light stimulates them to try to jump
go
off
left.
as sort of maybe a defensive
Maybe.
thing. I don't know what's
Maybe
going on
lateral
there.
way to the right.
So check out the size of this guy up ahead.
Yeah.
There's a big colony.
That is big.
I got
All right,
rocks to my right.
Yeah, and I'm going to bounce back up. See you later. That was fun.
Nice job.
You got to pull up.
Take a look at the overhead shot here from Cirrus. It
Oh, yeah.
gives you a good perspective of the size of the colonies relative to the vehicle.
Done. You want another one?
Let's hold off until Todd gets some altitude here.
Well, he's still swinging.
I'm still
Also,
swinging. I'm still swinging now. I'm at a safe altitude now.
Yeah, we're moving up on a little ledge here.
There you go. Off you go.
thank you, Bridge.
I have to admit, this has been a nice dive to end our little geologist grouping here, our 3 dives.
Yep, very strong.
Can't let you have all the fun, Josh. That was great. What a great picture with
Hey,
the
Chris,
scale
this
of
is
that
Bruce.
coral.
I
It's
just want
like
to
the
chime in
size.
about that last
that's a
cut
website
deal
image
that we
for
saw.
sure.
A little bit more information. I'm getting very confident that that's the genus Staphylogygus
Oh, look at that
that
shot.
we're looking at.
I'm
And
sure that's
that
what the
genus
shot's
has
been
not
all
actually
day.
been recorded from the region of the Hawaiian Islands
Just the
before.
forest.
It's a circumglobal genus, so it's expected here. It's just that there hasn't been much sampling or
Take partial if you want it,
surveying at the depths that
as
we're
you need
looking
it.
at. So I think you've got another new discovery to add to this expedition.
Thank you, Bruce.
Nice.
Is this the pinnacle?
How about the Diplopomacantha, the Bathidid, I think, that Andrea confirmed? Is that
Guys
a
happy?
new record too, or
Ready
is
for another
that,
move?
is that known to be here?
Sure. I think we're pretty close to this pinnacle.
Or is that the one? Maybe I'm getting it mixed up.
We've crossed waypoint 3 and we're almost back where we started.
No, that's another one of these.
Another 15-meter move would put us right back.
I think I mentioned before is recorded from the
We
Hawaiian
would have covered
Islands,
everything
but
that
only from specimens that floated to the surface off of
we could have seen on the way down, but less
the Big
awkward.
Island. In
Or just,
1950,
this is very interesting. You could make it last
So nobody
4
has
minutes.
any idea
Might
about
just
the
wanna
depth at which that
let it
genus
settle.
was
Yeah. We're going to pull up in 4 minutes. So.
Yeah.
Information
Cool.
about the natural habitat of that genus
Serious
here in the
settle
Hawaiian Islands from this expedition.
Let's do a partial zoom here.
That's right. Yeah, sorry, you did say that about them floating up. So
Yeah, hold that.
Great. Go, brother. I'm going to come a bit closer.
Yeah,
so
but
you're
the in situ
still pushing.
observations of the behavior
spin
of
you
the
just a little
habitat,
further
the
right.
depth at which they occur,
Perfect.
the temperatures, that's brand new information about that type of fish here in the islands.
yeah, thank you, Bruce.
Quick dip down for a good shot from Sirius since we're almost settled. Good tether. Hopefully there's no big ship heaves to ruin our shot.
That's sort of a nice shot. The thicket.
All right, I'll hold that. Maybe a little further down. Wait for the swell.
So I think we're getting pretty close to leaving the bottom. And
Nice, Josh.
what we like to do is have our post-dive brief at
2:45.
2:45?
2:45.
Okay.
We have some operational stuff we've got to address before we can actually have a briefing that's going to be informative.
Yeah, I got you. So we are having to leave the bottom a bit earlier
Is that a flare
than
from
typical
Sirius?
dive because we've got a long run back to shore, and we're supposed to be off Pearl Harbor at 6:30 to 7 tomorrow morning, and we're picking up a bunch of visitors who are going to come out, including a marine archaeologist, and
That's
we're going to
really
be diving
cool,
on a
Say it again, Bullet
sunken submarine that's off of Barber's
Good
Point.
stuff.
It was a disposal event. It's a U.S. submarine S-19, and we're going to be diving on that. Dr. Frank Parrish, who's here next to me, has got an instrument down at that site. We're going to recover that instrument, and it should be a really beautiful dive. There's corals on the submarine, and it's very picturesque wreck. So we need to get prepared for that and get back in time. And that'll be interesting. It'll be the one archaeology dive that we've done on the series of cruises, and we're bringing Hans von Tilburg, who's one of the Weiss premier archaeologists, aboard to actually describe that shipwreck for everybody when we get there. So we're pretty excited about that, and that will actually be the last dive of this cruise, and we'll be going into port. And then next week, this ship will take off again. And this time you're going to hear the voice of Dr. Scott France, who you heard today. He's at the UHECC. He's going to be hosting the dive with Brian Kennedy of OER and Mackenzie Geringer, who's with the UH Department of Oceanography, and they're going to be your hosts for this next leg down to Johnston Atoll. And again, basically every single dive down in Johnston Atoll is brand new, never been explored territory. Nobody's ever been there, with the exception maybe Horizon, that one Horizon Seamount. We're not diving where they were, but nearby or a little ways away from Horizon.
Dive?
Yeah, Alvin Dive way a long time ago, but all of the other sites are completely unexplored.
I've got to come up a little bit.
So that should be really exciting, and that's taking off next week. And on the way down, they're going to do a dive off of Niihau as well. So they've got quite a program planned for you folks.
And RV.
So looking forward to that.
Ooh, a lot of current when you come up just a little bit.
So, Pilot, is that pretty much the end, or are we still going? Or
That's the show.
Okay. Well, then we're going to sign off for a few minutes here, take a break, and get something, maybe a glass of water or something, and we'll talk to you at 2:45.
Yeah,
Frank?
2:45. That's what we're doing.
Alrighty. Thanks for joining today.
I'm going to come out of AutoHead.
No, thank you,
Let you
Chris.
stretch me out, okay?
I'm going to sign out totally for today, but other people
I still see you in fisheye.
Okay, thanks, Bruce.
Got to come up a little bit here.
Look at this. We're just about to leave, and it's got Sponge City down here. What the heck is going on here?
Partial zoom, doing a flyby.
Yeah, please, partial zoom. Oh, my goodness.
That looks like Ellis.
Forward lounge at this time. I'm spinning forward lounge at this time.
Ellis Seamount has a last laugh here.
Oh, man, this isn't fair.
That whole thing is encrusted with sponges.
It's sponges everywhere.
Yeah, look at that.
That's on the...
Oh, look at it. In different species, like 3-4 different species here. This could be a Farreid, a really, really old Farreid. Not really sure.
Any more zoom? Flying by.
It just isn't fair. That's all there's to it.
All right.
Okay, I'll quit whining. Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Great dive.
Pushing out.
Yeah, so the way Sirius is streaming, I imagine it's going to try to push you east, the current. So I would sort of anticipate that a little.
That'll work.
As you come up.
Okay, Josh, I'm going to start pulling in. You coming up with me?
Yeah, I got it. There's rocks right in front of me.
I have no choice.
Okay, I'm gonna punch it up to 30.
Do we have a lot of rocks on board?
I think only a couple little guys.
Okay.
Which is, are you just going to push the ship ahead into deep water? I assume that's all deep water ahead.